Time having arrived, I call this meeting to order for today, June 18th, here in the City Council chambers. Please stand and help us salute our flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, councilors and guests, welcome to our second night of budget hearings. Today we are going to spend the entire evening going over the school budget. Mr. Clerk.
Brockton Public Schools, Dr. James Cobbs is the first invited guest, but I see Mayor Sullivan speak.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. President, members of the committee, good evening. Again, I want to commend the chairman, Mr. President Moses Rodriguez, who's been working actively with us and with Vice Chair Tony Rodriguez, with the acting superintendent, Dr. James Cobbs, with the CFO on the city side, Troy Clarkson, the acting CFO on the school side, Trish Boyer, and Solicitor Megan Bridges as we navigate 24 and 25 and beyond. At this time, I do want to recognize and thank all the school committee members that are here tonight. We have Vice Chair Tony Rodriguez, Jorge Vega, Claudio Gomes, Anna Oliver, Judy Sullivan, Joy Zazak, and Tim Sullivan. I do want to thank, again, Dr. Cobbs and his cabinet, and Trish Boyer, who has been wonderful. I made some comments last night. I'll stand by those comments, but I do want to thank you all for dedicating tonight as we continue to move forward for the betterment of the students and staff at BPS. And again, I'm very thankful to be the mayor and chair of the school committee, and we will continue to work together to collaborate as we move forward in FY25. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor. Dr. Cobbs. Tony?
I may.
Does anybody object? If the vice chair?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sir.
Good, thank you. Thank you, councilors. Just my apologies. I know you received this letter a little bit late. You know, it's not a normal year for us, and you did receive this. Hopefully, if you had a chance to read that, I will want to read this into record so that all members in the audience get a clear glimpse of this letter. Dated today, June 18, 2024. Dear City Councilors, enclosed you will find a proposed FY25 budget for the Brockton Public Schools, which you already received. First, I want to acknowledge that this past year has been an unusual one, especially for the budget process. That said, although the events that have unfolded were unpredictable and unprecedented, what has remained throughout this district and among this school committee is a steadfast commitment to the children of the city of Brockton, a commitment I know you share. For that commitment, I, on behalf of the entire Brockton School Committee, wish to thank you, members of the Brockton City Council, for the significant time and effort they have expended to fully understand the needs of the school department and consider them within the complex, difficult process of preparing our city's budget. I, along with other members of the committee, also wish to thank all of you and all of our families, faculty, staff, and leaders in Brockton Public Schools for remaining focused on our students throughout this unique school year. Captured in these pages of the budget is critical budget needs that are rooted in Brockton Public Schools 2022 to 2027 strategic plan and driven in increasing and shifting enrollment. As context is important in understanding needs, we want to note just a few of those shifts. Over the 2023 and 24 school year, elementary enrollment increased 239 students. To date, 1,010 students are fully registered for kindergarten. As a point of reference, we have begun some school years with less than 1,000 kindergarten students. As of June 1st, 2024, there are 5,224 students in the Brockton Public Schools who are identified as English learners. This is 1,601 more than the 3,623 we had on June 1st of 2023. Since 2019, the number of pre-K students found to be eligible for special education has increased by 84, and that number of K-12 students eligible for special education increased by 686 to a total of 3,111. Just over this school year, special education enrollment has increased by 487 students. Within this context, the Brockton Public Schools continues to strive towards its vision of ensuring that every student has access to high-quality learning experience that lead to future lifelong successes. To that end, the district recently engaged stakeholders to create an evidence-based plan to address persistent disparities in achievement across the student groups, captured in the Brockton Public Schools 2024-27 Student Opportunity Act Plan submitted to the Mass Department of Elementary and Secondary Education are the following evidence-based programs. The district will leverage these programs to ensure that every child finds success. Expansion of comprehensive tiered supports. The district plans to strategically deploy additional staff to address the social, emotional, and mental health needs of students. This initiative will strengthen our social emotional learning and mental health. Program across all tiers and implement an academic multi-tier system of supports models district-wide. Inclusive adoption of process of implementation of curriculum. This district will complete the adoption process of a high-quality instructional materials for grades 9 to 12 in English language, arts, and science. Teachers will engage in professional development tailored to new curricula, ensuring effective instruction that meets the needs of all students. Additionally, systems will be established to monitor curriculum implementation and its impact on targeted student groups. Continued focus on early literacy. The district will maintain a comprehensive approach to early literacy, including robust screening process and tiered instructional supports. Efforts will be made to establish sustainable data and intervention systems while supporting teachers and leaders in data analysis and instructional planning. We are confident that as you review this proposed FY25 Brockton Public Schools budget, you will see that the budget needs captured extremely well aligned to our shifting context and dedication to realizing our vision for excellence and achievement for all of our students. As we reflect on this unprecedented year, we want to acknowledge that the forward progress we have achieved is a direct result of working together. We appreciate your partnership and support in resolving last year's budget and navigating this complex budget year. We thank you for your collaboration in moving closer to our vision for giving the children of Brockton a new, full, renovated high school that truly reflects the box of pride that every student, past and present, feels. We recognize that there's much more needed work ahead and know that through collaboration, we can collectively continue to build a better Brockton Public Schools and ensure lifelong success for every child. This letter provides some of the context from which the proposed FY25 Brockton Public Schools budget was built. I know Acting Superintendent Dr. Cobb will provide additional details, including the delineation of critical need positions related to the recent enrollment and demographic trends, and how the district will dedicate funding and positions to leverage those programs in our SOA submission to support learning for every child. In closing, I wish again to thank every member of the Brockton City Council for their support, partnership, and dedication to the children, families, faculty, and staff of Brockton Public Schools. I also want to acknowledge and thank each member of the Brockton School Committee. They have put hours well beyond those in years past because they are relentless in their pursuit for an exemplary education for every child. Finally, thank you to Acting Superintendent Dr. Cobbs, his cabinet, district, and school leaders, faculty, and staff members. Despite the difficulties of this school year, you have remained focused on what matters most in the children of the city of Brockton. In closing, thank you, Council President, Dr. Cobbs, the Mayor. We've been working weekly, daily conversations with the Mayor to make sure that we craft a budget that sustains the city of Brockton. This is an urban community. This night is geared towards education. Let not this be just a question, but also an education format for all the members and the public to know what Brockton critically needs in order to educate our students. I'm going to quote. It was said to me, let's give the school department all the money and let's Get rid of the police, let's get rid of the fire, get rid of the DPW. But in order for you to become a police officer and a firefighter, it starts with education. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, councilors. Good evening, school committee members and staff members and cabinet members. So I have a presentation. It's fairly brief, and you have a copy of it at the spiral-bound folder that we just gave you. So I would ask that you please hold your questions or comments until the end, and we'll be happy to take your questions and comments. So this is a presentation for the school budget for 2025, which I consider a spending plan, not so much as a budget. We are well aware of the parameters of which the budget was developed, in partnership with the school and the city departments. Obviously, we have a difference of opinion on what is needed to educate children, so I will go through this process and this presentation to lay out why we think we need the money that we've asked for and was voted for by the school committee. So the people that are here, again, you have a copy of this, so I won't read all the names. These are the cabinet members and some of the other directors. Mr. Vijan, unfortunately, couldn't be here tonight. He's not feeling well, so he went home. So here's the why. Why are we doing this? Why are we proposing this budget? And why did I propose an increased budget? And the question is really simple. The answer to that question is really simple. 15,657 students like this young lady that we need to educate properly and take care of, and we need the money to do that. So don't want this to get lost on salaries, positions, budget, expenses for this or that or whatever else. This young lady and her other 15,656 peers are what we do this for. So I'm not going to go through this. You just have a copy of this, the enrollment and the breakdown, and the gist of it is it's increased every year, and it's projected to increase significantly more next school year. So the spending considerations for FY25, increasing enrollment, class sizes as high as 30 or 31 at the elementary level for a fall of 24. We expect those to go up. I'll show you in a minute what that looks like. The changing demographic, bilingual classes at Brockton High School with more than 70 students, and at middle school with more than 40 students. Ratios of 80+1 for staff, for the student to teacher ratio at the elementary level. We have to meet special education legal mandates, where it's not an option whether or not we provide services for special education students' needs. It's the law. And right now, we are pretty much in violation of that law, and we will be again next school year without the needed staff requirements. Immediate need for additional MSN, which is modern special needs or special education teachers, and to be more open more substantially separate classrooms and address compensatory services, which again I just mentioned. Right now, we're probably in debt, and I'll speak to that a little bit later, about $6 million for compensatory services for special education services that have not been provided to students this school year, and it will continue for next school year. DESE meet the net school spending requirements, and also with DESE meet the maintenance of effort requirements, which would, if we do not meet that maintenance of effort requirements, then we're in danger of and losing our entitlement grants, Title I, Title II, et cetera, that we pretty much rely on every school year. And obviously to meet the transportation requirements of all these students, whether in district, out of district, door to door, McKinney-Vento, et cetera, which I'll speak to just a little bit more in a minute. Other contributors to the budget development for this school year with our strategic plan, which is 2022 to 2027. So we're pretty much mid-cycle of the strategic plan. Student Opportunity Act, which is a 3-year plan, and it commits us with DESE as a partnership agreement to essentially, we spoke to this at the school committee meetings, provide multi-tiered support for students for special education needs, counselors, et cetera, and that for social emotional learning needs for the students. This is a 3-year plan that commits us to about $15,000 more each year in order to meet the requirements of this plan.
The DESE amendment to the Memo of Understanding, this is where in our second or third year cycle of the Memorandum of Understanding. So, and each year there's more requirements of that MOU. So this is what the BPS enrollment looks like from K to 12. In October of 2022, there were 14,906 students. June 1st of 2023, there were 15,272 students, an increase of 366 students. These students, those 366 students, if they're not on the on the enrollment by October 1st, we won't get paid for them this school year. And anyway, even if they are, we won't get paid this school year. It'll be next school year. So essentially, any new students that come in after October 1st, we don't get reimbursed for this school year. October 1st, 2023, there was 14,954 students. In June of 2024, 15,475. So our enrollment increased by 521 students for this fiscal year, and last fiscal year it increased by 366 students. So again, you have this slide in your packet. This is the breakdown. What's important here is the elementary enrollment. There are 239 more elementary students now than there were in October 1st of 2023. So that number is increasing. So right now, you see the current grade 2 class sizes are 25, 23, 25, 22, 23, 27, 26, 26, 26, 26, and 23. Those students will roll over into next school year, go to third grade, and right now their class sizes look like 29, 24, 26, 22, 25, 31, 26, 27, 28, and 31, and 25. These are just the students rolling over now from grade 2 to grade 3. It does not include any new student arrivals starting in September, and we're already registering those students. So this is a demographic trend over time. You can see from September of 2023, the student increase has risen from about 3,700, so now we're at about 5,224 students identified as multilingual learners as of June 1, 2024. So in context, we ended the school year last year, 2023, with 3,623 multilingual students. There are now 1,324 new multilingual students enrolled in September 2023. So when I speak of class sizes, this district is averaging 110 multilingual learners each month, and you can see the demographic breakdown of those students. Most are Haitian-speaking students, Spanish and Cape Verdean-speaking students. So this is an actual picture of that, one of those classes I mentioned. It's a Haitian bilingual biology class at the high school with 80 students in the classroom, one teacher. No teacher, no paraprofessionals, anybody else, one teacher. In this picture, there are 7 absent, 7 seniors that graduated. So again, I mentioned this is a Haitian biology bilingual class. So they're in a lecture hall, and there is no way for these students to participate in any lab requirements for biology class, which is typically is a 4th credit class for biology, and it has labs. So these students are missing out, and they missed out the whole school year on proper education and teachers in space to conduct their lab experience properly. Historical special education enrollment since October 1 enrollment 2019 versus 2023. So you can see the pre-K ages 3 to 4 has gone up every school year for eligible students for special education, and it went up by 84 students in 2019 to 2023. So the K to 22, which age 22 is when special needs students age out, or when they graduate at age 18, whatever age they graduate. You can see the enrollment has increased. The percentage of enrollment for special needs students has increased every year. 2020, 2019, 16 and after 16.6%. 2020, 2021, 2,459 students eligible, so that is another increase. Now it's up to 17.3%. 2021, 2022 school year, there were 2,449 students. So 16.7% of the students were eligible for special needs services. 2022 to 2023, 2,523 students, 18.1% students are now eligible for special education services. In 2023-2024 school year, this school year, there are 3,111 students eligible for special education needs, or 19.6%, an increase of 686 students. So special education enrollment, again, 2020 to 2024, October 1st versus June 1st. You can see that K through 22 eligibility, October there's 3,111. June 1st, there are 3,362. Pre-K eligibility, October 1st, 245 students. June 1st, it more than doubled, 481 students, excuse me. Right now, in the evaluation process to be completed, the pre-K students are 162, and pre-K to 22 students, 225. So right now, there are 387 students that are being evaluated for special education needs, and typically about 50% of those students will qualify for special education services. So the historical special education transportation, October 1st enrollments, 2021 and 2023. Out-of-district placement in 2021-22 school year was 70 students. Out-of-district in 2022-2023 school year was 89 students. Out-of-district placement for 2023-2024 school year this year is 97 students. So it's increased by 27 students this school year over last school year, and 9 students that are waiting to be placed. In district door-to-door services, 2021-2022 school year, there were 1,022 students. In 2022-2023 school year, there's 1,232 students, so an addition of 210 students. In 2023-2024 school year, there are 1,505 students, an increase of 483 students. Students experiencing homelessness which are eligible under the McKinney-Vento law. 2021-2022 school year, 1,122. 2022-2023 school year, 1,002 students. 2023-2024 school year, 1,344, an increase of 222 students that are eligible for door-to-door homelessness transportation under McKinney-Vento. McKinney-Vento eligible students enrolled in BPS is 1,188 students, and students that are not enrolled in BPS but we're responsible for transporting or sharing the ride is 156 students. So the 2022-24 school year spending processes, this is what we did this school year to essentially bring the budget into line and finish the school year without a deficit. Implemented strict position control processes. We vetted all personnel requests, which we hired very few people this school year. We'll talk about that in a minute. Significantly reduced overtime spending. There are some overtime that's contractual, and we have to abide by the CBAs that we've signed. Regular monitoring of all school expenditures each month. All the requests were signed by myself or Trish Boyer as a school business administrator. So every spending request was closely monitored and vetted before we signed anything. And reduced significantly some of selected departmental expenditures. We just held on to those monies so we can again cure the deficit for this school year. So essentially the plan is the same for the 2025 school year, to keep these same processes in place. So this is a critical staffing need, and this is why the request that I submitted and the school committee voted on was to meet, again, I mentioned already, the special education needs and special services for students that we are not meeting. And you can see it's almost a $6 million request, and as I mentioned already, there's already $6 million owed in compensatory services. Those will roll over to next school year, and they will continue to mount without having the teachers in the classroom to provide those services. So you can see for the district enrollment of 521 students, elementary enrollment has gone up by 239 students, special education enrollment has gone up by 487 students, and multilingual learner enrollment has gone up by 1,324 students. The corresponding charts next to those numbers are the needs of teachers in those classrooms to meet the needs of those students and to reduce the number of students in the classroom from 30 to 40 to 80 to a manageable classroom of 20, 23 to 25 students. So those are the numbers, and what it adds up, again, it's $5.9 million so that's why you see the spending request that was approved by the school committee of $232,705,931, voted in on June 11, 2024. It includes the essential staffing position, 97 positions, so $5,119,123. So again, the approved non-net spending was $18 million voted on 6/4/24, which is not adequate, and that's a number that was voted in, and that's a number that we'll have to work with. But just like with the compensatory spending for special education and meeting the needs of students, it will not likely be adequate. So again, the school committee voted for fiscal year 25, $232,705,931, and the non-net spending of $18 million in total. I'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cobbs. Councilman Minichiello, and then followed by you.
Good evening. Thank you for being here, Mr. Superintendent Cobbs. Before I start with any questions, I'd just like to say that everyone here on the City Council cares about our kids. Everyone cares about the education that our students receive in Brockton. We've all had some issues with regard to past spending, and we all need to move forward, and we all need to do what's right. Everyone talks about needing enough money to educate our children. Well, yes, I totally agree with that. But we also need to look into where the money's being spent and where the money needs to go and where the money needs to end up. I noticed in the non-net school spending, a significant increase with regard to transportation. Could you talk to us about the, I think it's about $4 more million that you need, or you're requesting?
Yes.
From $5 million, I think, to around 8 or 9, something like that?
The request that I asked for at the school committee meeting was $19.5 million, so it's about 1.5 more than what was approved by the school committee. And that was with the plan to put significant spending controls in place, such as the private vendors' rates, and obviously, I spoke to you earlier when I was in front of this council about adding the needed buses to take back some of the door-to-door transportation in district and some of the other things. So that was the budget request here, $1.9 million.
Okay. When in prior years, when we had a budget issue with regard to transportation, we tried to get creative, and we ended up adding a third tier to the busing schedule, and that helped us because obviously the buses didn't have to run at one time or 2 times, and you had more use over the buses that we had. There are programs now that are coming back to Brockton that were out of the city or out of district placements, things like that, and like over at the Goddard and over at the Huntington and other programs that are now returning to our buildings.
The short answer to that question is no, not yet. We don't have this. Again, we're just now creating the spaces for some of those programs, and we finally voted through the school committee on where those programs will be. So that's a process that will take place next year. We can't just call parents and tell them, okay, we're bringing your kids back. You're in the school committee, so you know that each student has an individual education plan, an IEP, which requires a meeting with the parents and to go through a new plan for new placement, and for the parents to agree to it. We can make the plan and we can do the evaluations and assessments, but they don't have to agree to it. So it's a process that will take place over the next year or two, but that's a goal, yes.
So with regard to the students that were at the Huntington, where are those students going to this year for September?
Right now they're at the Westgate, and this year they will go to the Jones Building on Summer Street.
And that's a building that we own, correct?
That's correct.
And do those students need transportation, or many of them?
Yes.
Okay. With regard to the Goddard, what program's going into the Goddard?
Community schools program and the Adult Learning Center from the Payne Building.
Okay. Are there any other programs of students that were at the high school, and where are those kids going this year that are no longer going to be at the high school?
So the Edison Day Academy, formerly Champion, is at the high school right now, the 3rd floor, and they will go to the Payne Building, the former Adult Learning Center building.
Do those students need transportation, or do some of them? Or?
Some of them do, yes.
Okay.
And they certainly do now where they're located. Yeah, absolutely. So they live all over Brockton.
Okay. So as a suggestion, I truly believe in terms of saving money that there is some opportunity in terms of talking about a 4th tier to the schedule, because some of those programs do not have to start on the regular schedule with the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school. So if you can carve out another tier in the busing system, we can basically try to utilize the buses that we have and the drivers we have in order to save money. All I'm saying is, I'm just suggesting that, yes, we understand that our kids need services. We absolutely do, and we want them to have those services. But we also know that we do not have an endless budget, and that there needs to be some thought creative thought into making things work. There were decisions that were made to close the Huntington and send those kids out of district. Whoever made that decision, well, they obviously felt that they were justified and it needed to be done. But there's a cost, and people need to understand that there's a cost to every decision. So we need to consider that. When Lori Mason was here and she was in charge of special ed, Lori Mason was very creative. She did the hard work, and she created programs, and people sent their kids to Brockton for special ed because we were known for having in-house programs that benefited kids. They brought these kids here, and that's why Brockton was sort of a magnet and a proud school system and serviced these kids. All I'm saying to you is this, that people need to start doing some hard work and figure out what programs can come in-house, what programs we can handle, so that we do not need to spend the money out of district, because I think there's too much money that was allowed to go out. And I think some people are utilizing the school system like it's an open checkbook, and they're just going to basically say to the city council, the kids need this money. Yeah, the kids absolutely need the services, but we need to concentrate on what services they need and what we can do and handle in-house like we used to. Look, times have changed. I get that. But the costs are astronomical with regards to transportation. We can't just keep the buses have almost, we've got almost a third more buses than we ever had. It seems like it's an endless well with regard to transportation. We need to tighten up on transportation, so we need to get creative. I know I look like I'm boring you, but, and I'm not saying it to be personal, Mr. Cobbs. I'm saying to be realistic on the taxpayers of Brockton. There is not an endless amount of money. We have a certain pool of money, and it's not like this council wants to be stingy. This council needs to be responsible, and so does the school side. The school side needs to be responsible and realistic in terms of what we have. I think there are some people that say, look, these kids need this, and these kids deserve this. But what we can do in-house needs to be done, because this is a school system that has a lot of talent. When you look at all the people that we have that work for the school system, there's some very talented people. And I think that I have faith in them, that they can come up with some creative ways to basically deal with some of these issues. I'll yield.
Thank you for your suggestion, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Lally.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think that I can say, anything much better than Councilor Minicello, but one key phrase that the councilor said was, these children need the services. What we hear is we need the money for the kids, but we need the services. And I think there have been some decisions made by the department that have had less of a critical eye to financial consequences with a somewhat cavalier understanding that the city would be able to patch the difference, which is something I think that we're now on the receiving end of. On page 2 of the budget that we got, we have additional personnel. The approved number for fiscal '24 was $350,000. The request is for $5,182,430 this is a direct quote, for unknown positions that need to be added during the course of the school year.
Oh,
If we had-
I can speak to that. Those are the,
I'll wrap up my editorial
Okay.
first. If a
I thought you had a question.
department, yeah, there's a question with it too, don't worry. If we had a department that asked for any amount of money, because, we might need something along the way, it would be eviscerated by this council when we propose cuts to the budget. The fact that, this is $5 million, you listed 97 positions for 5.9 that you said are highly critical. If they're highly critical and you're asking for $5.1 million, can we not match those up, or what? So I guess it's a couple of questions. Is that 5.9 similar, or is that 5.1 a part of that 5.9?
no,
So that's an additional 5.
right.
So this is a total of $11 million.
Okay.
And, okay, so why do we have an increase of 4.8 million, and why is it so vague?
You want to go first?
Sure.
So-
Sure, I'll go first.
Okay.
So it is the same 5.9 million. So the line that you were looking at is certified staff equals the 5.1 million. And then in the next paragraph, you'll see a few lines down, additional personnel for non-site staff is 735,000. That equals the 5.9. So it's one and the same.
Well, he's
Okay.
talking about the
And-
5.9 for the additional staff, and that, I think you're talking about the line item is $5.1 million, and that's for the positions that we did not fill this year with certified teachers, that we have paraprofessionals or substitute teachers in. So that was voted on by the school committee to fill those positions for next school year, because with highly qualified teachers and not substitutes or paraprofessionals. So that's what the $5.1 million is. The 5.9 is what we need. I requested in addition. So it's to do two different sums.
There are vacancies. If you look at page 1 of the budget, so it's the page behind the summary that you're looking at.
Patricia, just one second. Could you just identify yourself, because you're actually on the agenda for folks that are watching
Oh,
us at
I'm
home.
sorry. Sure. Patricia Boyer, acting school business administrator.
Thank you. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead with your answer.
Okay, so if you look on page 1, towards the bottom of that page, and it's highlighted in yellow, the vacancies, and the vacancies are $4.7 million in that line. So those are positions that we've had budgeted in FY24 that were never filled, that we are looking to fill again. Dr. Cobbs mentioned $5.1 million because the rest above the 4.7 is going to be funded by grants.
Okay, so it's not two instances of 5.7 that we have to pay for. It's one instance of 5.7 we have to pay for, and one instance is going to be paid for by grants.
One set of 5.9 million is additional, and the other, that's the 5.9 is additional. The other 5.1 is vacancies that we still need to fill.
Okay, so the unknown positions that need to be added,
Yes, is the 5.9.
That's what we're talking about. That's
those are the vacancies.
No, that's the additional,
That's the additional.
yes.
So we desperately need these positions,
right.
but we do not know what they are.
I just showed them to you. You have it in your packet there.
Then why haven't they been broken down in this budget? Because right now it says unknown positions. But the presentation says we know what
Right,
they are.
they're in the presentation.
We're in the presentation. I mean, this was a document drop on us, okay? I mean, this is a joke in terms of the budget that we got. This is outrageous.
You did hand a lot of us a lot of stuff.
Well, I just want you to have a copy of what I was going through to present, so you could see it, follow on the screen, and follow it yourselves.
So, as an additional note, a lot of these documents, the contracts that we received yesterday night, were contracts that were part of what was requested by the Accounts Committee in August. That's just a comment. On page 3, so I'm going to move on from the positions. Actually, before I get to page 3, something that came up last year was some concerns and some questions, I suppose, on page 12 about unemployment compensation and how the school department, when it had to react to its unforeseen financial situation, made some layoffs that they did not properly budget for. Do you feel, are you comfortable with the amount of money that has been set aside for layoff compensation, unemployment compensation?
Unemployment for this
Because it
year.
hasn't changed in 3 years.
Right. I'm comfortable with that because the layoffs that we had last year are coming to an end. We've had very few layoffs this year.
Do you anticipate layoffs in this fiscal year, coming fiscal year?
No, we're not doing teacher layoffs like we did last year. We have cut some positions, but not nearly as many as we had layoffs for teachers last year.
So it's more of not filling positions than cutting existing or laying off people who are in those positions.
So, which do not require unemployment insurance.
Right. Yeah, that's okay. All right. I'm going to skip that one. On page 4, approved fiscal 24 total substitute teachers, $2,577,940. Was all that expended?
What's the question?
I'll answer then.
Was all that expended?
No, it was not.
No.
We have a difficult time finding substitutes, so a lot of times what happens is teachers cover other classes or paras fill in for the teachers. So no, that was not all spent. That's why I was able to reduce FY25's budget to what historically had been spent.
Is it being considered to raise what we compensate substitute teachers in order to bring them in?
That's a union contract, and we could negotiate it the next cycle, which I believe is next year, but it's stipulated in the contract.
Okay. All right, page 5B, part-time employment. Superintendent Proficiency Leadership Team says grant funded, $0. Is that grant expired? Is that no longer in existence?
So, go ahead.
See that line?
Yeah, I see proficiency team. No, we have written additional grants for that, but there is no money right now for that. Because we're doing the proficiency leadership team with our in-house cabinet members and other staff members.
Okay. For pretty much the rest of these segments, the high school, middle school, and the Adult Learning Center, it seems that all of the tabs below have been consolidated into one single tab.
That's correct. If you look...
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. So if you look at the column that says org code and the object code, they are all the same orgs and objects. So once they hit the munis accounting budget, it's put in as one lump sum anyway. That's how
Okay.
you'll see it in munis, as that one lump sum.
So part of this is a result of the, I'm sure you've heard by now, of the 199 account, and we're dispersing those, breaking up that account and actually getting rid of it. So once we do that, we have to put them in their own line items for their org and object codes.
Would it be possible to break it down a little further in munis? Just, we've had this conversation with city departments, and the CFO can attest to it, about wanting things as, laid out and clear-cut as possible to reduce, some unwanted flexibility, or to, make sure that things are as transparent as possible. One lump sum of 180,000 is a lot less clear than when it was broken up. I understand that, the system in which it was broken up was catastrophically flawed, and I thank you for cleaning that up, but if we can list it out a little better, I think it might help to educate both, the committee, the council, and whoever else is taking a look at the document.
That can happen very easily.
Page 16, custodians. Traffic duty has been zeroed out. The comment is funded by non-net school spending.
Yes, that's correct. So if you look on page, in your non-net school spending portion of the budget, which is way in the back, it is on page 1, the last line. It's a non-net school spending item, so while we worked on this budget, I also tried to make things clearer and put them in the proper places where they belonged in the budget book.
So where did the decision to move this to non-net, was it always in non-net? Or when and where did the decision come from?
I'm not sure. Let me just go back to that page. So if you look at the non-net school page 1 that I just referred to, it appears that they had always listed it there, because I see an FY23 column and FY24 columns that were pre-filled before we came in and entered FY25.
Always.
Page 41.
Yep.
Always on that.
So it should say crossing guards, not traffic.
Yes.
Misleading.
Crossing guards.
So it's my understanding that people are going back into the Goddard.
Correct.
The Goddard building utilities line is zeroed out. Is that being moved to another line?
Yes, it's being absorbed by the other utility lines that we already have.
Okay. On page 32A, grant matches are down to 0. Are we not anticipating needing to match any, or has that been moved to another item as well?
No, at this time, I'm not aware of any grant matches that we're required to maintain.
Okay. Are we not getting as many grants, or are we just lucking out with the grants we get?
So we're careful to, when we apply for grants, if there is a significant match, then we may not apply for that particular grant, depending on what it is. But sometimes matching the requirement is not cash. It's in-kind services like custodials or when we do, our craftsmen do work, so it's not always dollars, it's matched in kind.
Have we noticed any noteworthy trend up or down in receiving grants in the last year and a half?
There seemed to be trending down because during the COVID era, there were a lot of ARPA funds and ESSER funds that have since dried up.
Fair enough. The Adult Learning Center, which we did talk about the last time you were here, Dr. Cobbs, is being moved. And that is a decision of the department, which I will leave to the department. But the question was raised to me. The ALC receives a pretty decent-sized grant for the work it does. That grant is predicated on them doing exactly what they said they would do in the grant. Are they going to be able to meet the obligations of that grant? Are they going to be able to execute? Or is that something that the schools, really the city, is going to have to pay back?
I don't see any reason why they can't do what the grant required in the new building. Yeah.
There was some concern about the size of the building, being able to meet the amount of classes.
So the classes, like, we've gone through this, and the classes will fit into the new building, but they also have the option of using the old building in the evening if they want to. So they can actually expand their classes.
So we're splitting them up a bit.
If they wanted to.
Okay. You mentioned, and this is the last that I've got for now, you mentioned that the city did you use the word violation for non-net? Or the city wasn't, contributing what it should for non-net?
I didn't say non-net spending. I mean, I'm talking about special education requirements.
Yeah.
That's net spending, not non-net spending.
Is there any correlation between...
Except for the transportation part of it, obviously.
Right. Is there any correlation between the requirements, the cost for special education and the policy changes that Councilor Minichiello was referencing? Is there any way we, might have put our financial foot in it?
There obviously there were implications any move, and I think if you have a specific comment that Councilor Minichiello referred to, I can answer that question. But there's always consequences if we move students, or if we can't service students and they have to go out of district, then we have to pay the cost. I mean, that's the law.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Cobbs. Thank you, Ms. Boyer. That's
You're
all I
welcome.
have for now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Before we go any further, I just want to let the councilors know that TJ Plant is on via Zoom, so if you have any questions regarding the budget, he is here to answer those questions. I also want to remind everybody that we're here, although Dr. Cobbs in his presentation presented a budget of $232 million. What we have in our budget book is $226,787,808. We in this body do not have the authority to add on to the budget. That budget, when budget comes to us, the only thing we could do is approve that budget, cut that budget. As far as adding on to the budget, we can't do that. So the budget book, from what was presented to us by the city to look into, talks about $226 million versus $232 million. So I want to make sure that we stay within those parameters, that if later on those numbers need to be bumped up one way or the other, it needs to come back to the council in another form or another order. So right now, all we're discussing is 226. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page when it comes to that, that we're not here talking about 232, because 232 is not in front of us. What's in front of us is what's presented in the budget book. I also want to just quickly, before Councilor Farwell goes, if councilors feel that they need to take their coat off because it's a little on the warm side here, we'll forego decorum and take off the jackets if you want to. Councilor Farwell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I ask questions, I'm going to offer a few personal remarks because I don't know many of the people here from the schools, and they don't know me. So a bit of personal pride. In 1856, my great-grandfather was a teacher in what was then the town of North Bridgewater. He gave the address when the original Howard School was commemorated.
In 1881, my great-grandmother was the first woman elected to the Brockton School Committee. Massachusetts was progressive back then, and even though women didn't have the right to vote, they could serve on a school board. My great-grandfather was a teacher. My grandfather was a teacher. He was the first principal of the Whitman School in 1895 over on Manamoth Street. My aunt taught at Brockton High School 41 years English. And I have a graduate degree from Boston University School of Education. I didn't go into teaching because, frankly, the teachers were lower paid and I could make more money in public safety. That's probably still true today. So I just want you to know that the questions tonight are because I was given the honor and the trust of people to serve in this position. This is my 23rd year in elective office, 39 years in public service. There is nothing personal about what I do. There is nothing to suggest that anyone has done anything wrong. I am here to ask probative questions and to try to find out how we can best use the financial resources that we have in this community. So with that in mind, and by the way, I'm a dangerous person in the sense that I don't worry about votes and elections. I put it all out there, let people know exactly what's going on. And so I'm going to start by saying, Dr. Cobbs, you walked into an almost impossible position. You walked into a position where there was a deficit and you had a dysfunctional school committee. And I don't mind saying that. It's dysfunctional. It's about power and authority. It's about some type of a cult, a block vote, where policy and progress has given way to pomposity and power. And that is a very dangerous thing in an elective body. We've been called by the school committee dwarfs. They've said they're more important than us, but yet we have to work all together. You've got a school committee where they campaign against each other, and then if you don't agree with someone, you label someone a racist. I followed Brockton politics since 1975. That has never happened before, and it should stop. There is no place in this city for that kind of nonsense. We don't all agree here, but we're all friends. When we leave here, we're very cordial, and we look at the next issue that comes up. And in politics, sometimes your most vigorous opponent on one issue is your strongest ally on the next. And I would urge people to remember that if they're in public life. So I don't agree with everything you've done, Dr. Cobbs, but I got to tell you, you stepped up to the plate. And I don't believe with your background it was just for the money. You felt a calling. You felt that you could make a difference, and I thank you for that. So,
thank you, Councilor.
With that in mind, there are just so many issues I've had to go through. Let me just say I received a lot of materials from the school department, and I'm going to operate on face value. They're all accurate. So my remarks obviously are based on what I've received. I was disturbed to find out that the budget director and I guess it would be the chief financial officer and the budget director who was on leave of absence, they had an individual employment contract. And apparently there are a number of individual employment contracts that are tied to the BEA Master's Max schedule. Now, the people who work in the finance office obviously have to advise the superintendent and others as to what the school system can afford for the various collective bargaining agreements. Well, if your salary is going to change, if you're on ratio, and your salary is going to change based on what the teacher's master's maximum schedule is going to be, then you have a built-in conflict. How can you be objective? How can you give to the people in the school system who need your unfettered responsibility and objectivity to tell them what we can afford for teachers if you know your salary is going to go up by a percentage? And some of the ratios are 1.8, 2.0. It's not insignificant. As a matter of fact, I looked at the BEA schedule, and as of September 1st, it looks like Master's Max is going to be $103,130. So if somebody's at 2 times that, then their base salary is right off the top, $206,000. So that should change, and the school committee can change that in a vote. They can offer a motion, and they can say we are no longer going to have contracts that are tied to the master's max. We will negotiate in good faith the individual employment contracts. We will be fair, we will be prudent, which is exactly what we do here when we set salaries for our department heads. That should change. Dr. Cobbs, I assume you and I can agree that, unlike the City Council, the school committee actively participates in negotiations. Non-certified staff, certified staff, I don't know if there's another subcommittee that does that.
That is correct.
Okay. So for non-union people, again, the school committee has the right to meet, confer, consult legal counsel, and decide how they want to, to handle those various negotiations. Now, one of the things that I cannot stand is administrative bloat, inefficiency, wasted resources. So I want to talk a little bit about the central office. And I did get a list of all of the people in the central office. And one of the things that bothers me is the Human Resources Office. You have one person who is paid $222,991. You have another person, and there are 4 associate directors. One is at $176,043, $178,123, $179,949, and $168,805. That totals $925,911. So when we talk about where are we putting our resources, how are we supporting classroom teachers, specialists, paraprofessionals, the people who have the hands-on everyday ability to influence education and to bring our kids along so that they can be the best they can be, I can't justify $925,000 in HR. We have one HR director on the city side, and she's paid $100,000 less than the HR director at the school department. Because here in this body, what we do is we look at what is the position's responsibilities, what do we expect of that person, but also what can we afford. It isn't what you'd like to pay the person, it's what can the city afford. And if we don't do that, then we're always going to diminish the resources that are available for the children who sit in classrooms. So that should change. Dr. Cobbs, I noticed that there are 4 attendance officers. There is a chief supervisor at $91,039. There are 3 other attendance officers at $73,064, $71,101. There's one at $89,706. $403,420 is tied up in attendance officers. I'm told we don't take people to court anymore for that. So what do they do? What does the $403,420 give us that perhaps should go to classroom services?
Is that a question?
It sure is.
Thanks, Trish.
Welcome to the hot seat, Doctor.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. James Labilwa. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Unified Student Services, and one of the offices I oversee is the Attendance Office. And just to clarify, our Chief Supervisor is the designated official within the office who does, from time to time, unfortunately, depending on circumstance, do take families to court. So we actually have an arraignment next week for a really severe case of lack of attendance. So not only do they monitor and make home visits to ensure that eyes are put on kids, that we're not losing any students, that even if they're not attending, after a 10-day window, they begin a series of interventions to find out what resources might be necessary in order for that student to go to school. They also partner with the school principals. They track and monitor their data. One of the areas of our focus and our partnership with the Department of Education has been a focus on improving our overall attendance rates. So just to give a little context relative to what that department does, and I just want to clarify, we can certainly provide more data around court cases that we have executed just this school year alone, but we are continuing to pursue all available avenues to ensure kids are in school.
And is there any reason why, given the fact that principals and assistant principals know their kids so well, that they probably know all of them by name. If you have a chronically absent student,
Sure.
is there any reason why the assistant principal couldn't get together in a parental conference with that child's parent or legal guardian and handle something like that instead of dedicating this much money towards attendance officers?
So they do. So the school, each of our schools has an active school-based instructional support team that looks at various data points, including school attendance. They'll do some school-based or administrative outreach programming. The officers are a part of that team and can support with home visits or other resources that the school administrators may not have availability or access to during the school day. They also will do for us some research, particularly early mornings. If there's a question of whether a student is actually living within the city and attending our schools, they will do visits and or we'll do some sort of surveillance to ensure that we don't have students from other communities attending Brockton programs. They've been doing a number of those for us as well through the Parent Engagement Center.
All right, well, would you kindly forward for just this academic year, beginning last September, would you forward whatever statistics you have on number of interventions, home visits? Obviously I don't want the names, but the number of times we've gone to court for failure to send a child to school, just send it to the city clerk and he can forward it to us.
Certainly.
Because that's a learning experience for me.
Absolutely.
Perhaps this is a wise investment. I'm willing to take a look at the data and then I can make a more informed decision. That figure just jumped out at me for obvious reasons.
I can appreciate that, yeah.
Thank you very much.
I'm happy to do that for you.
I don't want to go on to transportation, Dr. Cobbs, and I know you helped set up the transportation program. So we have Director of Transportation, and then we have, that's $128,450 projected for FY25. We have 3 transportation dispatchers, each at $76,500. We have another person at $66,300. And then we have I think maybe some type of a safety training person. But at any rate, all of the salaries add up to $507,890. And what's very interesting is that in FY23, for whatever reason, the incumbent in that position was paid, in addition to their salary, $53,839 for overtime. To date, this year, they have received $24,771, or an average of about $2,251 a month for 11 months. What would require that kind of overtime expenditure?
So, Jen, if you want to come up. So, like I mentioned earlier in my presentation, those overtime costs have been greatly reduced, and we pretty much eliminated overtime in the transportation department. One of it would be lack of, we need an additional dispatcher. We had a mechanic that we needed. We added a mechanic, so some of those things are the reason why there was overtime, but those have been adjusted. That's why you see the cost has gone down.
That wouldn't affect her. Her employment contract says that overtime is only for Saturdays and Sundays.
But she doesn't get that overtime anymore.
That's not the question.
So what is the question?
$53,000 in overtime during FY23? What could possibly require that kind of an expenditure which takes away resources from classroom services?
Well, my short answer to that, Counselor, is that's what I inherited and that's what I fixed. I changed. So I can't justify all the overtime. That's why I stopped it. So.
When someone works overtime in the school department, do they fill out an overtime request with a date and time and the purpose?
That's correct. Well, that's what I implemented this year, but pre-approval for any overtime.
How about FY23?
Part of it until I took over in September. No,
so. You know, I have to tell you, again, thank you for taking over, but I just find that astounding. Mm-hmm. I just find $53,000, and by the way, I don't know.
It is a lot of money. I'm not disagreeing with you, Counselor. That's why I changed it and stopped it. So.
No, I understand. And Miss, I don't know you at all. You just happen to be the person mm-hmm. who is here tonight and was paid the money. So I want you to know there's nothing personal in this. It is just quite an amount of money, mm-hmm. particularly for an executive level position in transportation. I mean, I would apportion the overtime if I could to the lower paid employees under me rather than take it on myself. But that's just, excuse me, that's just my feeling. So, all right, we'll back up the bus and leave transportation alone for a minute, and I want to go on to the payroll office. The payroll office has a payroll manager, and it has an assistant payroll manager. The payroll manager is paid $169,749 a year, which is very interesting because the city treasurer collector for the entire city is paid $139,519 maximum. And that, folks, is part of my angst, is that the school department has kind of morphed into its own little fiefdom, where certain people are doing very well financially, and other people who work for the same municipality, who may have a greater scope of responsibility, who may manage more people, they are woefully underpaid. But it's all we can afford. The school department just doesn't have a grasp on reality, in my opinion, as to what our financial reality is, and that is very disturbing. Because as the populations change in the schools, as bilingual ed and as special ed increases, every single dollar is important if you're going to help children to the maximum extent that we can. So that payroll manager, to date, has made $14,285.16. Now, I've got to figure we've got payroll down pretty well. I've got to figure there's a software program we use. Why would we need that much overtime?
Again, that's what I inherited, Counselor, and that's what I changed. So there is no more overtime in that department.
Well,
since September.
Well,
perhaps October, November, anyway. But since I took over, that's one of the ones I said that greatly reduced the overtime or eliminated the overtime.
Well,
that's how it was when I got there. So that's what I changed. So.
Okay, what I was looking for was what would be the functions that would require the payroll manager to do that, the payroll supervisor to do that. I know what you inherited, and I'm not going to put you on the spot. I mean, I'll do a little more digging into it, which I can do. The assistant, $124,903, and so far to date, $13,237.63 in overtime. So the two of them, the two positions, have used up about $27,000 this fiscal year, and again, the assistant payroll director, our assistant treasurer collector, and our assistant auditor, they only make $116,831 because, again, we've tried to be prudent with establishing salaries that we know can be sustained by the city. And I mention this because I want whoever is from the school system here and whoever watches this program to take note that, and the chairman has said it best, sometimes it isn't how much money you give someone, it's how wisely they use it. And I guess what I'm trying to do is be a catalyst for a change in people thinking about how are we using the resources that we're giving to the school department. What can we do better? What can we eliminate? What can we reorganize? What can we combine for functions so that we have more money going to classroom teachers, instructional supplies, special education, extracurricular activities? That's where I think it's so important. All right, next, school police. Many of you may know I'm a retired law enforcement officer. There's nothing I have more respect for than police. I get the attachment from the school department, projected salaries for fiscal year 2025. Night supervisor, $239,856. I'm going to say that again, $239,856 for a school police night supervisor. Now, school is only open with snow days 185 days. And for the most part, we don't have large school populations after 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. We will have extracurricular activities, we will have sporting events, we will have community meetings, but That is an exorbitant amount of money, in my opinion, coming from public safety and knowing how the schools operate. The day supervisor is $217,751. I guess my message to the school committee and the superintendent is, you got to start taking a look at these collective bargaining agreements, or you're going to get killed, or the taxpayers and the people who are in the classrooms are going to get killed because you're allocating resources where, quite frankly, a night supervisor, I just can't buy that. I just can't. The next one may be a little easier, Dr. Cobbs. Page 27 of an attachment I received lists 4 people as high school principals. Now, I know Mr. McCaskill. I used to be thin like him years ago before the political rubber chicken circuit took over. And I'm almost as tall as he is, or we're right around the same height. I don't know what Ms. Burns does right now. I don't know what Ms. Kelly Silva does. I don't know what Christina Deneves does. But I've got to figure they're not high school principals. They've got to be doing something else that's related to high school education, but that's what was listed, so that's all I could go by.
So that is incorrect, Counselor. They are all high school principals, but they're not all Brockton high school principals. We have more than one high school in Brockton. They're all high school principals.
Okay, so we're counting the other programs that we have as kind of a high school.
They're high school principals.
All right, but we just didn't have the complete nomenclature there for it.
Right.
Okay, I understand. The substitutes budget, which was mentioned earlier, was $2,577,940, and we've expended to date, or at least the date I received the attachment, $908,852. Given all of the complaints that we all receive, both on your end and ours, my child is sitting in a cafeteria, my child has no teacher, they're being denied an education. How could we not use that money and find even substitutes?
We do use the money, and particularly at the high school. What we started in September was that some of the money we use for substitutes, we paid to the teachers at the high school to work their prep period and get compensated for it. So there's 30, we put in place 30 slots, so we upped quite a bit the money that we use for substitutes, but
we left $1.4 million on the table.
well, it was probably over budget in the first place, but it's hard to tell year to year what you're going to pay for substitutes, either long-term substitutes, because once you put the person in place for a certain amount of time, that the stipend goes up for their payment. So you never know at any given time how many teachers will be out on leave or for illnesses, for whatever, Family Medical Leave Act. So you have to, it's a moving target to try to figure out. But what we did this year, Trish and I took a look at what we budgeted, what we had expended it to halfway through the year, and projected that for the rest of the year, and that's why we were able to use some of that money to help resolve the budget for this year. Going forward, most of the line items are either level funded or reduced from what we had budgeted last school year.
All right, but let's drill back to what bothers me. What bothers me is we had continuing complaints that we didn't have sufficient staff, but yet we had resources to hire staff. And with a simple vote of the school committee, someone could have moved to increase the per diem rate for substitutes to make it more attractive, and that wasn't done, and we had kids sitting day after day, week after week in cafeterias, and I just don't get that.
It's not that simple to just vote to increase the per diem rate for substitute. That's part of the collective bargaining agreement. So you can't just go and increase it. You'd have to go and bargain it again, and the school committee would have to vote on it. But,
All right, well,
and just because we appropriate or allocate funds in the budget to hire substitutes doesn't mean we're going to find substitutes or teachers for that matter. And that's why we have so many substitutes this year. Just because we have the money and we advertise the position doesn't automatically mean they'll be filled, and that would help contribute to the reserve of how much money we had left over in the substitute budget.
Well, fair enough, and you're there every day and I'm not. I just want the public to know that we left $1.4 million in a substitute appropriation on the table at a time when I was getting calls, and I suspect many of us were getting calls about my child has no teacher. So that bothers me. All of the little machinations as to why it happened, I know not at this point, but we better plan ahead for next year, because I don't want to have the same complaints coming in to the school committee in your office and here if there is funding there. So, I don't want to go on to the budget book very briefly. Councilor Lally has covered some of it. I have covered school police already.
May I make a clarification about the school police?
Sure.
So on page 17 in the budget book is the school police salaries. And if you look at line number 9, that describes the position of $240,000 that you had mentioned earlier. I believe that is someone who is, yes, I believe he's within the city contractual bargaining unit.
That's a police lieutenant that belongs to the Brockton Police Department that's assigned to us for the.
It's a matter of public record. It was supposedly Officer Mosley. And again, Ms. Boyer, I can only go by what's sent to me. I mean, and I trust that the information I received is accurate for the budget. School police, you are asking for $1.722 million this year. It was $1.485 last year. This is page 17, which you just pointed out, and you'll notice under requested FY25, doesn't even tell me why it's going up.
Are they adding, please? 6.
It's about a $240,000 increase.
You want to answer that?
Well,
Yes,
you know what,
so-
hold that thought. I just want you to know, if nothing else, you'll know we read this. We read your budget book, so it doesn't go without effort. So I want to go over the net school spending, and I'm almost done because I'm sure my colleagues have some questions. You have transportation vehicle purchase, $372,125, and then I believe you have
What
bus
page are you on,
drivers. I think we're looking to hire perhaps additional bus drivers.
Correct.
I will only say this, and I can't speak for the rest of the council. I think the entire transportation program, since we've taken it in-house, we need to have an independent, cost-effective, outside transportation specialist tell us, where are we going with this program? Is it really going to benefit us long-term? Because the more buses, that means more maintenance. That means more operational expenses. More drivers means more salaries, means more retirement benefits. And before I jump and I approve that particular issue in this non-net school spending, I want to know where we're going. And I don't think we did ourselves justice when we jumped at the chance to get away from first student and go in-house. I think maybe we should have looked at it a little more carefully. It hasn't worked out the way I would have hoped it would. And again, I'm just saying I think we need to be cautious. The mayor has said FY26 is already going to be a problem. Yes, my mind is already going ahead to, all right, we get through FY25, where are we going to be in FY26? Because I don't want these, to the extent we've got classroom teachers here watching and participating, or administrators and specialists, I don't want them left hanging in FY26, or this frankly is a useless exercise. So I guess the last question I want to pose, Dr. Cobbs, is the state law clearly gives school committees a right to have outside legal counsel, not only for educational reasons, but for general purpose reasons. And I notice when I'm on the accounts committee that you have committee members will call the attorney, and then we get billed for a quarter hour, a half an hour, sometimes an hour. I notice that the school committee uses them for public records requests or open meeting law complaints. We have a fully staffed law department here at City Hall. They handle open meeting law complaints. They handle public records laws. The other specialized educational issues, I fully understand why you would need your own counsel. But in your professional judgment, could we not take a look at what actually is shipped out to school legal counsel and what could we handle in-house so that we don't perhaps waste valuable resources?
Certainly.
All right, so I'll Mr. Mayor, you don't need to comment, but I'll get together with you and Solicitor Bridges and see what we might be able to work out, as long as they don't bill us for talking with them about this issue. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Colleagues, thank you for indulging me.
Thank you, Chair, Councilor Farwell. Anybody on this side?
Not yet.
Councilor Nacashki?
Not yet, no.
Thompson?
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, Dr. Cobbs, Ms. Boyer. You know, listening to Councilor Farwell and all my other city councilors, you know, I think they raise a lot of good questions. I'm just going to come at this in a different angle. As the Ward 5 city councilor, my ward encompasses downtown. And right now, downtown, you know, we're trying to develop it, right? So we're building a bunch of different apartments. The east side is seeing new construction going on, a lot of single-family homes being built on the east side, both in my ward, Councilor Lally's ward, and throughout the city. And when I speak to the developers and speak to my constituents, you know, we talk about the capacity for our schools to handle more children. So looking at this budget, you know, we're contemplating as our council president the 226, but you're making a request for 232, about that $6 million difference. You're also stating that our non-net spending is about $1.5 million shy of your estimation of what the city's going to need, and probably even more than that 1.5 that you discuss. And so, you know, our city's trying to expand, attract more people, increasing our property, you know, our property tax base, our residential base. But there seems we're kind of busting at the seams, right? We're about $6, $7, $8, $9 million short of what you believe our schools need. And so are we, you know, are we full? Are we beyond our capacity to accept more students? Because our city is trying to grow, but it seems we may not have the room. From what I'm hearing, we may not have the room for that growth.
Thank you.
And you know, and that really scares me. The two main reasons anybody moves into a city is public safety and the school system. Now, we've been working with our Brockton Police Department really to hone in on public safety, and I think they're doing an outstanding job, as I think the Brockton Public Schools are doing an outstanding job in educating our students. But it's from what I'm hearing is we just don't have the money right now to meet their needs. And so what would you say to a family who's contemplating moving into Brockton, you know, that have children that, you know, require an education? Or what would you also say to a developer who's looking to build in Brockton, build a single-family home, you know, to invite a family to move to Brockton? Do we just not have the capacity right now to accept those new students into our school system?
So, first of all, Councilor, whether we have the capacity or not, it's irrelevant because we have to accept those students. That's the law. If they come here to register for school, we have to accept them. We have
they get to make a
provide
choice.
The services. So it's their choice, and I would never discourage students or families to move to Brockton. I've been in Brockton for over 4 decades. My children went through the high school and through the schools here. I think we have the best school system. We have the best public safety system and the best public transportation system. So I would never encourage families not to come here, and I would never encourage builders, which is not my responsibility, not to build here. So with that said, we're not at capacity, we're not over capacity, but we have to, we're going to have to continue like we've done before to find spaces for students. When you look at that high school class, it has 80 students in there. There are more classrooms at the high school available to move those students into. If we had another teacher, actually 2 teachers to split the class into smaller units, so the capacity is there. Yeah, we're busting at the seams in the lower grades. Middle grades are okay, but the lower grades, absolutely, we're finding more spaces in classrooms, and that's why. So we're busting capacity for the staff to educate those students. We have some physical spaces. Yeah, we need more. We could use more real estate, absolutely. But right now, for this school year, we can accommodate the expansion with the critical staff that I've given you. That's where that $6 million comes from.
And unfortunately, that $6 million is not before us. So
I understand, but like you said, we can look at other. Hopefully, we can partner in ways to look to go lobby the state or find more funding or be more creative. But that's a need and that's the ask. And I understand what's in front of you, but it's my job as superintendent to make sure you understand what we need.
I understand, and I agree that those 97 positions are probably critically needed. And as you stated, I think we need to be creative to try to, find ways in which we can fund those positions. I think what Councilor Farwell brought up is something that, that the school department really needs to take a look at. Because we're at the point where we cannot continue doing the same thing as we have done. Those days are over, and we really got to tighten the belt on the city side. I believe we have a reduction of about $18.6 million. We made an $18.6 million cut to city services, and our city, the residents of our city, depend on those services as much as our students depend on your services. And so, we've really worked together to try to find monies to help supplement your budget to do the critical job you need to do. But there's, it's not going to be bloodless on both sides. And so whatever you can do as superintendent to take into account some of the issues that this council has brought up to try to find cost reductions and savings. I know you've already done a lot of that work, as you said, on the overtime side. But we just got to keep being more innovative and innovative. We just got to figure out how to do it. And us on the city side are partners in that, endeavor. And if that requires consolidations, as Councilor Farwell brought up, using city side services to supplement, we have to do something to find that $8 million. I'm sure we're not going to find it all, but whatever we can do, we must do. And part of that's going to be growth. Right? That's how we make our money, is through growth. And as I said, the reason people want to move to Brockton is because of our school system. And so, it's kind of this reinforcing mechanism that the better the schools get, the more we grow. And then the more money there is to help better our school system. And so, we really got to work together to try to find the best result there. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Dr. Cobbs.
You're welcome, Councilor.
Thank you, Councilor Thompson. Councilor Dorencourt.
Thank you, Mr. President. Dr. Cobbs, before I ask my questions, I have a few statements, but I would like to ask those questions to obviously yourself and also Jennifer Perez Siciliano. Sorry if I...
Councilor, what I was going to do right after you asked Dr. Cobbs your questions, I was going to have, because they're listed as presenters on our agenda, so we're going to go through it like we do with our regular budget, we're going to have the departments come up and we can ask those questions directly to them.
Sounds good, and I
Again,
believe...
just focus on Dr. Cobb's, and then we'll go through the department.
Excellent, so I'll do that. I mean, obviously, I was going to try to navigate both, the Director of Transportation and, of course, our superintendent. So, Dr. Cobb, I mean, obviously, a couple months ago, you came in front of the council whereby, we had a little conversation. So, before I even go further, my mother is an education of who we are as people, and especially, as a young kid from Haiti myself, without having a little piece of that, I probably wouldn't be able, number one, to speak to you, even though, I speak with an accent by virtue of me born somewhere else, but I guess it somewhat gives me an appreciation for what it is. Yesterday, I don't know if you saw it, I was very passionate in terms of, a situation that I'm dealing with the situation with the Brockton Public Library, in terms of like their budget cut. So with that being said, this was the place I started. So if anybody believe that we, all of us somewhat don't care about, spending money on our kids, that would be a false statement. And I think each of us here strongly believe that investing in our children is one of the best things that we can do. And obviously, the city of Brockton has some of the best and brightest kids that you can come across with the diversity that you have. I was at an event recently at Brockton High School. This is when I found out that we had 80 kids, before you mentioned it, which I'm glad you did because I was going to question you about it. We have 80 kids in a biology class, and they are doing excellent. They are doing excellent. And I was very surprised when I spoke to people up there because I'm like, 80, student in a classroom, how do you survive? And according to the folks that I was talking to, they are trying their best. We understand that you yourself, come at a time where the situation is very complex. I'm not going to sit here and pretending that I don't know how hard it is. But what I do find complicated in terms of like some of the statement that you made, you said earlier that, in terms of overtime since October, well, obviously we came in September, you stopped that. So from what I understand, I believe you were told by the administration to stop it. Either the CFO is lying to us or you are lying to us because someone has to be wrong. I was told by people that you were told, you did not make the decision to stop the overtime on your own. You were told to do it. And a couple times, some of my colleagues asked you, what's going on with the OT? You said you stop it. So correct me if I'm wrong, was it your decision or were you told to stop that by virtue of the deficit that we are dealing with?
I didn't need anybody to tell me how to do my job.
Sorry?
I didn't need anybody to tell me how to do my job.
So this was...
That's part of the job when I took over, to answer your question. I looked at some of the things that we were spending money on and what was causing the projected budget deficit. So those are some of the things that I put in place, working with my cabinet to look at those things. And immediately there are certain departments that, like Councilor Farwell mentioned already, that literally stuck out is why is all this overtime every week to do what? And so I can't say that somebody told me, ordered me to stop spending money on overtime. Absolutely not.
So it's like once, let me just put it to you like this, and I'll do my best not to be as passionate as I've been in the past, because I think that, sometimes it's okay to use reasons. And the problem that I have, and obviously the council president stated it, it's the fact that, the folks out there who somewhat do not understand our world, sometimes some of them believe that we are part of the problem in terms of like refusing to invest, if not support those kids. And that's not true. And then again, you and I know, and most of you know that, we cannot add on. And the only ability that we have is to cut the budget. And I think, each of us who may have a desire to do so, we're doing it in the interest of not just the students, but the city. Because in terms of like a financial state, we are not in a good shape. Obviously, we are trying our best, according to the mayor, to balance the budget by, how do I put this? Demanding that certain people reduce their spending, which I admire, which I admire by the administration, but I think we can do more. Let's just go straight to this, right? So I just told you publicly that I was told, I'm not going to tell you who told me, but you were told to stop it. And now you just said to me, You don't need anybody to tell you how to do your job. So, and I'll take you for your words. So, today is June 18. So, from now on, right, into the fiscal year, from July 1st, anything that I see coming in front of us, I will assume that this was your decision, and no one can be blamed for it. Would that be a fair way of looking at it?
You could say that.
So, as we speak, and there we go, as we speak, in regard to your budget, which we're gonna hold on, regardless the outcome, that would be not the mayor, not the CFO, that would be Dr. Cobb's responsibility, whether it's positive or negative. That would be okay. Yes or no?
But what is the question?
Well, I asked you the questions. I just did. You do have a tendency of doing this. The question is, from this point forward, any outcome, whether it's positive or negative, that come from the school budget, you will assume that responsibility.
That's correct.
Excellent. So, if we are talking about reducing the deficit, find a way to help the city, then why do we have 4 deputy HR? Why haven't you taken a look at that?
I didn't hear what you said. There was a noise in the background.
Dr. Cobb, I will do my best to repeat it very slowly.
When you were speaking, somebody's coughing. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
No problem. I mean, I guess the night is your night. We are here. We have time. And although I have an accent, but I will do my best to ask you the question so you can hear it.
Thank you.
If we are talking about reducing spending, if we are talking about finding a way to help our students, then why do we have 4 HR deputies where each of them is getting paid at least $150,000? Have you looked at this?
Of course.
Where the city of Brockton only has 1 person.
So what is your question?
The question is, why do we have 4 HR deputy directors when you are talking about reducing the deficit?
So those people are, that's part of the HR department that was in place. Those people are contracted employees, and that's the salaries that they were at when I came in.
So you are telling me...
I can't just, excuse me, legally go in and say, okay, I'm going to cut your salary because I think it's too high. It doesn't work that way. Either you eliminate the position, which I've done. I've eliminated several positions that are from the district staff level, with the high-paid positions. I would say, generally speaking, those people are needed because we have 8 different unions in the school department and almost 9 that we're working on, and they have to be administrated by different people. So those positions are needed. And some of those salaries, again, those were people that, I think 3 of the people were former, teachers or principals. And the way the union contracts work is those people maintain their salary when they go into other positions. So
well, I mean,
it's not just an automatic go, and I think it's too much money and cut it. It doesn't work that way.
So let me just put it to you like this, right? The city of Brockton. City of Brockton has 1 HR, human resources director, 1. That's what we have here. And we have 1 CFO. And what's so shocking to me is that not only you have a director of HR, and like I said, you have 4 deputies. These people are making more money, but they're making more money than the mayor and the CFO that we have in the city. I find this troublesome. I find this unacceptable. And now you are telling me publicly that there is nothing that you can do about it. And you know what's so funny? I was told what you just said is not true.
So, Counselor, what is your question?
Well, the question is, if we are talking about helping the student, because let me just put it to you like this, right? The focus tonight, which you start with this beautiful little girl, front page of your presentation, is that we have to spend money in those kids. This is your presentation. But when I take a look at your, the administrative office, we are spending millions of dollars in a bunch of positions that I believe that are somewhat unnecessary. Here we are asking the mayor to take a look at his departments and asking them to somewhat, review it and find a way to reduce costs. And there you are. Let me just say this to you, Dr. Cobb. If you are willing to sit on the seat, you must be willing to feel the heat. And at the end of the day, what Councilor Farrell said earlier, I was trusted by the resident of Brockton to be here. And I will not act like I don't know what's going on. You and I know that we just faced a deficit that no one knew. And I hope in the next fiscal year, history will not repeat itself. So what is so concerning to me is that even though we had this meeting a couple months ago, you still don't show any, how do I put this, desire to even think about what we've been through. And although you made the statement when I asked you on whether or not the school department was in a crisis, you said no. And you later on stated that, why would you admit publicly that we are in a crisis? I wasn't saying that I believe, I knew we were in a crisis, whereby the city council had to bail the school out. We had two options. They could have said no, and we went into a receivership whereby the state come over and take over. The city council, by virtue of their grace, refused to do that because we believe that the city of Brockton does have the ability to control itself. But now, here we are debating your budget, the taxpayer money, and you act like there's nothing wrong, as if you're doing me a favor. I'll say this to you, you're not doing me any favor. I have a moral obligation to question you in terms of what you're doing in your office and some of the people that working for you. I understand that when you came, obviously, you know, you were not part of that. I mean, although you were, but you were not the boss. But as we speak, you are the boss. And I think, Mr. President, I really would like to ask the transportation director some of this questions because I just don't want to lose my frame of thought.
She's coming up next.
So I guess I will yield the time for now. And
I think you're the last speaker anyway, so we can...
thank you. And when I come back, I will add on to some of the stuff that I would like to say. Thank you, Mr. Cobb.
Thank you, Councillor.
So you want to move through the...
Yeah, let's go down to the budget, to the rest of the agenda.
So the third invited director is Mrs. Jennifer Perez Siciliano, Transportation Director.
Would you like to make a statement first before we go into questions, or do you want to go right into questions?
Sure. My name is Jennifer Perez, and I am the Director of Transportation. I took on that role in December.
You don't have to make a statement. You can just answer the questions.
Okay.
So we'll take your questions at this time.
No, I'd like to hear from her.
I'll take your questions at this time.
You know, because it's, I think we do this when we do our regular budget hearings, and I think this is going to be something going forward. This is the way we're going to do it. The department, the people that are leading departments have the right to come in and talk about their department, some of the great things that they're doing, and then we can go into questions. So if you're okay with that, that's fine. Then we can go to the questions.
I can talk about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So currently, transportation, we transport 10,154 students. It's 65% of the enrollment. 7,206 students are big bus riders. And we transport 26 students to Norfolk Aggie. We transport 72 to Trinity Catholic, 67 to Spelman, 505 to New Heights. And as far as our homeless students, the McKinney-Vento students, 231 we were able to get on our buses and/or vans. 9 students are parent transport, which we, pay parent reimbursements. 1,104 are on private providers. And with the special education transportation, the door-to-doors, we have 99 students currently out of district that are being transported by private vendors. 301 students for door-to-door, Brockton to Brockton, are being transported by private providers, and 1,204 are on our own vans, our own in-house vans. And the reason for the 301 students being transported by private vendors is pre-K and pre-K came to third tier this year. So it put a little damper on third tier. So,
Dean Bradley, Councilor, go for it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Madam Director. It's good to meet you.
you too.
Let me just go straight to my questions.
Oh, that's great.
Do you have a degree in transportation?
I do not.
You do not. Why not?
I have a bachelor's in business administration.
So, as we speak, right, as we speak, you are in charge of the transportation department. And not just you, but the person before you did not. And that's part of the reason I'm asking these questions. And the deficit that we had, the transportation department was a big part of it. And if you ask me personally, and I think there was a lack of knowledge. And then again, we're talking about the school budget, right? The school budget whereby we have to spend money, you know, in our children to making sure that they receive the best education. So you are the person who's in charge of transportation, and I'm assuming you make about 100,000, something like this, right? And you do not have any knowledge whatsoever on transportation. I find this very disturbing and unacceptable, and I'll tell you why. Some of the basic jobs that we have in the city require somewhat of knowledge. And I'll just put it to you like this, right? You cannot be a certified teacher without having a degree in education. Well, obviously, the superintendent right here will not hire you. So, having not just a fresh, but a brand new transportation company running by somebody who has no knowledge about transportation, it's a recipe for disaster. And I find this very troublesome. And with all due respect, Madam Director, the person who gave you the job is the problem. If you ask me personally, I would not, Dr. Cobb, I think you will have the time to talk, but I'm talking to the Director of Transportation, right? And I'll ask you this, right? Obviously, we have a big problem with time abusers within the transportation company, within the transportation department. Have anybody been fired for that?
Are you asking me if anybody's been fired?
Oh, yes.
No, nobody's been fired.
Why? Mr. Superintendent, I'm assuming that, yes, you might be the superintendent of the school, but you are not the Director of Transportation. I think the question that I'm asking, even though you can talk about it, but I would like the Director of Transportation answer my questions. And I know you are very excited and to answer my question. The question is not related to you. The question is for the boss, the person who is in charge of the transportation department. Madam Director, has anyone been fired? And if not, why?
So I came into this role this past December. Previous management was there. We did have a couple layoffs, but nobody was fired.
You mean like layoff because they abuse the time, or layoff because of lack of money?
I can't speak to that.
So how does laying off people have to do with me asking you about people abusing their sick time?
Are you talking about the drivers?
Pretty much, man. You in charge, you're the boss. I'm not there.
So the drivers have a contract, and they do have sick time, so they use their sick time.
So even though they abuse it, there's no problem. Well, obviously, I have not seen, I believe it was you, Council Farrell, who asked to see some of those contracts, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
Employment contracts?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
Yeah, I have.
Okay, excellent.
I have every one of those.
So, excellent. So, the question that I'm asking you, right? So, I mean, obviously, this is not what I do full-time. I have a full-time job, right? So, at my job, there are certain things that I can do, and there are certain things that I cannot do. At my job, to make it simple, maybe that will help you understand my question, I have a number of sick days that I can call, and anything, I believe it's 6, anything above it, I have to give them a doctor's note to justify that the reason of my calling is justifiable. So the simple question that I ask you, Madam Director, is that given the fact that we have the documents of some of your employees abuse their sick time, it seems like no one has been reprimanded and no one has been fired. I mean, well, obviously, I don't know. I mean, the school department does have a tendency of dumping information to us and assuming that we can just wake up one morning and read all of it, right? With that, I mean, they justify it with their emails and all the documents they just provide with all of this. So I understand the person before you didn't do that. But since you take over, which I believe it has been 7 months, what have you done to slowing that down, which still continue going on as we speak? I have all the documents to prove it. So what have you implement as the boss?
So
stop this.
I've called them in. I've discussed with them, any of the drivers that have excessive absences, and then I defer to HR.
And then you let HR takes it from there.
So we do have union contracts. We do have a discipline system that's in place. We have terminated employees for violations of if we get to that point, but they have a grievance process that we have to go through. So, to answer your question, some employees have been terminated from the transportation department, but it's a union contract, it's a union process. It goes through HR and in meetings with the union reps and the union presidents.
Okay, so excellent.
There is
a
process.
I mean, there you are. Well, there you are. The state of confusion is beyond my ability to comprehend. The director of HR next to you just stated that she didn't know.
She's not the director of HR, she's the director of transportation.
Excuse me, sorry about that. I mean, I think I'm a little bit too excited. Let me just go back. The director of transportation just admitted that she didn't know. You just told us that, yes, some people have been fired, which I think is
There
pretty
is a
cool.
process for discipline, and not every employee that makes a mistake gets automatically terminated. There's a process in the union contract that we have to go through, an HR process.
But I mean, it's like, as we speak, based on your knowledge, some people have been fired. Is that true?
Yes.
That's correct.
So now,
Mr. Chairman, just a point of information for my colleague, if I could. Their employees are covered by Teamsters 653. They have a collective bargaining agreement. They probably, and I don't have that with me, they probably have a discipline procedure. Usually it's progressive discipline, and then there's a grievance process, and that's why HR has it. But they are covered by Teamsters 653, and we really have to read that to know exactly the provisions.
I think I'll definitely take some time. Thank you, Council. I appreciate it. Excellent. It's okay. So, I was at a school committee meeting a couple months ago where the CFO made some excellent point in terms of what we can do to reduce the spending and all of that. And I think one of the questions that I wrote, and which I'm going to ask you, Dr. Cobb, is that what method do you use to procure the private transportation?
So you're asking me that question. So historically, there has not been a method in place to procure private transportation other than vetting them through their Corey checks and their insurance, et cetera. And that's what we're putting in place now. We've been meeting to work on, as she just mentioned, we have a lot of students that are on private transportation, and the rates were pretty much set by the providers. And so we're working to reverse that and put processes in place to have a rate structure. And that's why, we proposed the budget that we did for the transportation department, because it projects bringing those costs down by putting those rate structures in place.
So like, since the CFO, I mean, I cannot remember everything he said. I'm a little bit older now, right? So maybe when I was younger. So since the CFO met with you in the school committee at, the school up there for the meetings, have you sat down and somewhat talked to him? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. CFO, about some of the plan that you have to to somewhat reduce or if not implement some of his suggestions?
So we're doing that within the school department.
So the CFO has nothing to do with this?
The CFO doesn't run the transportation
I
department.
understand, but that was his advice, though. He
Right,
advised
well,
you.
when we get to that point, we may, but right now, it's still in really fundamental conversations and looking at different structures to work on.
So I am
And
glad.
we are working on those as well with our consultant, the open architects, so.
So let me just say this, and I will end it there for now. I am glad the vice chairman of the school committee is here, and of course the chairman, who happened to be the mayor, and some of your colleagues. Here's what I would like to see. I mean, I don't know whether or not the city council has the ability to do that, but I think you guys definitely have the power. I would like to see, I would recommend, if I may, the person in charge of transportation must have a degree in transportation. I think that's necessary. I think having something like this, whereby we are putting millions of dollars, and with all due respect, at my job, they require me to have a degree. That's part of the requirement. That's part of the qualification. I think for a job like this, with the amount of money that we are paying, that person must have the knowledge, if not the basic knowledge, to run it. And I don't think this is something unfair to ask. Because if you're going to hire, I don't know, maybe a first level teacher at Brockton High School, you will ask them for a degree. I mean, obviously, you're not going to put me in your classroom because I don't have that knowledge. Even though I might be good at math and chemistry and all of that, I think you would require me to have some kind of degree. But having someone in charge of a brand new department with no knowledge whatsoever is unacceptable. And Dr. Cobb, you can waive it however you want, you can do whatever you want, but I hope that Mr. Mayor, in collaboration with the school committee, I would like you guys to look into this. And I think part of the reason why we had the deficit was because of this. The person before you was just an assistant superintendent. He came and took over that department with no knowledge. And so do you. I am known to be very hard and very tough. That's part of my job here. And to go back to what my colleague said earlier, I don't care about losing vote as long as I'm here. And with that being said, Mr. President, I believe that, we are at a crossroad where we have to fix some of the problem that we have. And some of the problem is the fact that some of you make people believe that we are against spending money for our children. I've heard it many times. I receive a lot of calls. People are saying this like, why don't you want to vote on this and that? Because they don't know. And I hope, Dr. Cobb, you take some time to understand that I don't work for you. You might be my boss as a resident, but in terms of having a job, I am not. And you owe this to the resident, you owe this to the school committee to find ways, not just to spend, but to spend accordingly. I don't care what happened before you came. I don't care how it happened, but I do care what happened now because you are the boss. And we're not going to sit here pretending everything is going well when all of us know the city almost goes down. So with that being said, Mr. President, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jennifer, I just want to ask you, how many drivers do we have?
140?
140? And Dr. Cobbs, how many custodians do you have? Do you know, seeing?
Well, 152, including craftsmen.
Jennifer, I guess to follow up the question that Council Durancourt was getting to is the fact that we know in the school system that there's an average of about 20 to 30 drivers out almost every day. And that is a little excessive. It's excessive to a point where you've got a lot less custodians calling out or getting sick, custodians that do a lot more in work in areas where they could get sick, and you've got drivers that basically drive 6 hours a day, and yet there's an excessive amount of either no-shows, call-outs, sick calls. And the thing that's bothering some of us is that those funds come directly from the pockets of the taxpayers of this community through the non-net school spending. My tax dollars, his dollars, your dollars. And when we see the abuses that are taking place, and there is abuses, we know that, because if I drive a yellow bus of 50 students and I'm out, you're gonna probably have to find 4 or 5 mini buses to take my spot of the students to, if I call out. And that's all money that comes out of the system. And that's the reason why I think the council was asking that question, is that we are all accountable to something. And it's going to get to a point where folks need to be reprimanded severely because there are abuses going on. It's a running joke within the school department that these drivers do whatever they want. I know they were bought uniforms and they don't wear them because they don't like it, they don't feel like it, and yet it's in the budget again to buy more uniforms. It's that kind of stuff where you hear that they have unlimited personal time. They can basically come and go as they please, where the rest of the schools aren't doing that. We have, besides the teachers in the classroom, and I was a little bothered by an email that Dr. Cobb sent out, basically kind of saying that we need to see what goes on in the schools. With all due respect, I'm a product of Brockton Public Schools. I know it doesn't look that way. You know, I was actually a graduate from that high school, so it's not that long ago. All my kids went to the public schools and graduated from the Brockton school system. I've got 2 grandkids now. Guess where they are? One's already in the schools, and the other one goes in September. If I'm not a believer in the school system, I would not put my family through it. So I don't have to go through the classrooms to basically come out and advocate or support our teachers. I know the quality of teachers that we have in this community. I know the quality of paras that we have, the MTAs, the custodians, the craftsmen that takes care of our schools. I know the quality of the people that we have. So we don't have to go see it like we're some foreign group visiting the country that needs to see what the inside of the schools look like in order for us to do our job. And again, I'm glad it keeps getting repeated several times here that we don't add to the budget. We don't add. We can cut, but we can't move it either. I can't take it from transportation and put it in HR, or take it from HR and put it in transportation. That's not up to us. But when we hear people protesting outside, support our schools, fund our schools, fund our schools, I brought this up in the meetings that we have on a weekly basis. Brockton Public School does not have a money problem. What it does have is a money managing problem. Not a money problem. 13 years ago, when I first came to this council, the school budget was about $100 million. It's almost 230 now, in 10 years. It's not a money problem. The city side, we cut almost $20 million worth of cuts. The school budget was increased. So when we're saying that, you know, we're not funding the schools, and I'm glad the vice chair, I don't know if he's still here or not, brought up the fact that, you know, somebody said something about cutting the police and fire and all that other. It was me. Because when I sit up here and somebody says, you guys need to fund the schools at $289 million. Well, guess what my answer is going to be? well, you know what, let's lay off every single police officer, every single firefighter, and we'll take the $68 million that those two budgets are combined, we'll throw it in the schools and have no police, no fire, and see what happens in this community. That's what I said. Because it's not throwing money at it. It's not throwing money at it. The problem that we have is that we can't manage what we have. And the belt tightening is happening in this building, but it's not happening across the street. It's not happening across the street. Departments in this building were cut 3.5%, 4%, 5%. The library was up to 16%. Give me one department in the school side that was cut 5%. People quit, or people retired, but as far as cuts, it's not on the budget that at least that I'm looking at. Because if the budget in 2023 was 206, and we overspent it by 14 million, and this year, a year or so later, is 227, there's no deficit on the budget. So what we have is what we're sitting here playing, politics in the sense, because when you talk about classroom sizes and laying people off, laying teachers off, you can't do that. I agree with that. And one of the things that Tony and I talked about is that I personally don't want to see a single teacher or a single classroom support person laid off in this budget. I don't. Because I think, as you said, that we have classrooms that have 80 kids in it. That's unacceptable. But I want to conclude by just saying one thing. There's a thing, Dr. Cobbs, called taking the small victories. You came up with this presentation that says, critical staffing needs $6 million. You know what I would have liked to hear from you, to be honest with you? This is what we need, but we will take anything. Because you presented to us an all or nothing scenario. You've got 1,300 new learners, language learners coming in, and the problem that you showed us at the high school with 80 students in their one class, but it seems that you only need 2 teachers for the entire 9th to 12th grade. So wouldn't it make sense to, let me see if I can save $100,000 here, $100,000 there, perhaps hire those 2 teachers, and then with another little jiggling here, jiggling there, we can hire another person here, and a coordinator here, because it doesn't have to be all or nothing. Because does it make sense to a single taxpayer in the city, some of which live on fixed income, to see their taxes go back up again so that we can bring in these numbers when in fact we don't see the tightening of the belts? We don't see drivers being reprimanded. We don't see teachers being supported as they should. My daughter was a 4th grade teacher. She got laid off last year, and moved on to something else. But that's what we don't see on a regular basis, because it has to be done in terms of taking the small victories. We were in crisis. Dr. Cobbs, you sat on those meetings that I sat in. And often the state said, let me figure out when are we coming, because they were coming. They were coming to take over the system. They were coming to take over this city. And thank God we put our minds together and came up with the solution to delay that. And the reason why I say delay that is because although we're fixing 25, 26 isn't being fixed. 27 isn't being fixed. 30, 40 isn't being fixed. If we don't fix the problems that we have, it's not a money problem. We can give you another $40 million if we had it. You might need 42, 43, because we're not fixing the problem. The problem that we have is overspending, and we're not tightening the belts as we need to tighten. The practices that exist at 43 Crescent Street has to stop. If it doesn't stop, it's going to bankrupt the school. It's going to bankrupt the city. It might not be today or tomorrow, but it will happen. Because if only 10 years ago, the budget was $100 million, 10 years later, it's 220, 230, it's not a money problem that we have in the city. Anybody that says that, I know Dr. Cobb says it all the time, we are the professionals. With all due respect, my 8-year-old grandson can see that that's not the issue. The fact is, we're pouring money into the system We're pouring money into the system. It's going down the drain because we're not doing a very good job to clog up that drain. That's the problem that we have. It's a money problem. Not a money problem from what we're putting into. It's people managing the problem, managing the money. Instead of saying we came in and we cut 10% out of this department, 10%, 20 out of this, 15 out of this, 0 out of this, 5 out of this. We didn't do that. We're just going to come in and say, we need another $6 million. Of where are we going to get the $6 million? Somebody needs to tell me that. Where is it coming from? It's not coming from the senior citizens that are barely making ends meet in this community. It's not going to be cutting the police department that we don't have enough police to do that. And guess what? We have departments in the city that deals with all kinds of issues that have 1 or 2 people in it. You know, and you look across the street, there's an army of them. I think Councilor Farwell brought up the fact that the payroll person across the street does payroll. But guess what? That payroll comes to the city to be processed. The person that processes the payroll gets paid, I think, $50,000 less than the payroll person across the street. Tell me we have a money problem. No, we don't. We have a money managing problem. And I thank you for that.
Counselor.
We're playing hopscotch. Go ahead, Councilor Ellie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it was a flawless dance. Good evening, Ms. Press.
Good evening.
I want to begin by thanking you for taking the time to meet with me last week. In the email that the President alluded to from Dr. Cobbs, which, invited us to a certain couple of schools at, select hours, select days over the week. I responded and asked if we could see a couple of other things that weren't necessarily on that list, including transportation. The department did oblige me and some of my colleagues. So I met with you for about 2 hours, I think it was Wednesday. And I appreciate how fair and forthright you were with your answers. And I understand that, while you have been working for the department for several years, you took over after the revelations of the deficit in the position you are in now, similar to Dr. Cobbs, as, he came from within the department, but is not, in the seat he was in at that time. I would, just as an aside, say that the, and not to you, but the suggestion that visiting any of the locations listed were a trip to the real world, at the minimum, raised some eyebrows. But that's neither here nor there. Really, what I'd like to start with you is just to ask about the charters for the buses, which I know we did discuss briefly when we met. The department used to charter the buses out and made about $1 million in the year it did so, but it has discontinued that practice. What was the logic, either for or against the continuation of the practice?
So we still charter the buses internally, just not outside of the school system. They used to charter the buses outside, and I believe that came to a stop in the fall.
Yep, and it's good that they're still chartered internally, but I think externally is where the schools were able to recoup a little bit of their losses on the buses. Is that could be for Dr. Cobbs?
So when I took over again in September, I put a stop to that because It wasn't profitable, just in a simple answer. We have to pay the drivers a lot of overtime. As you already mentioned, they get paid 6 hours a day, 3 in the morning, 3 in the afternoon for their routes. Anything else is extra money. So I put a pause, a stop on it to assess what, if it was worth doing. And we had many other things going on at the time with management of the transportation department, with personnel, leadership. So I put a stop to it. And again, like she mentioned, we still do some internal, rides for people, but it's really minimal money to do that. It doesn't pay for itself, honestly.
Is there a way, I guess, to make it pay for itself? Can we?
Yeah, we would
increase
certainly. That's one of the things we're looking at in the transportation department is the whole thing is to look at, the rate structures that if we charge out, some of the buses, and, we may not get the internal, people to use it because realistically, it would be probably at least double the fees that we charge in order to, we cover gasoline and the driver's hours. It doesn't really build up into all the costs of running a bus.
Yeah. Well, if we can use, operate them externally without operating them at a loss, I think that may help offset some of the costs that have generated such concern. So one of the things that's come up a couple of times, Ms. Perez, is route planning and the structure for that. And I know we did talk about that when we met. I was hoping that, for my colleagues and for the folks at home, you'd be able to provide a little bit more information to how that's put together.
Sure. So we have a routing software. It's called Versatrans, and all of our information daily goes into that system. As address changes, newcomers coming in, and at the end of the, at the end of the school year, we do it for the summer, and then at the end of the summer, we do it for the fall, and we put in in that software is boundaries, walkouts, those sort of things, and then we give it, how we set it up how we want it, so that way we, for the vans, just for instance, the door-to-door vans, we really don't want more than 8 children to start on there because it's 3 minutes a piece at each door that they wait. So we give it the parameters, and then it spits out the routes. And then there are a lot of times that we have to go and tweak them a little, because if we ask for 8, it may give us the 8th kid that's nowhere near where the rest of the route is.
Yeah, and 8 would be for the smaller buses, right? Yeah.
Yes, yes.
Oh, fair enough. Should ask that, do my due diligence. Okay. Is there anything that you feel that you'd want to or be able to suggest as ways that we might be able to streamline the system in some way?
The routing system?
The transportation in general, whatever comes to mind. I know I'm putting you on the spot, and this isn't, fully in line with the question, with the topic, but.
No, I mean, like Dr. Cobb said, we are working on ways to try to save money with the private providers. Unfortunately, we do have a lot of students that need private providers, and some of those prices that you see are a little pricey, but some of them have monitors that we ask the providers to have. Some of them have, a lot of them are single and direct riders, and there's only one student at that school. So when you ask a private provider to just take that one student, it's a little pricier. But we are we've already started working internally to streamline that, and we're going to work even harder to go forward with that.
No. All right, I appreciate it. Once again, I do appreciate the the time spent on Wednesday and your answers to my questions. I know that you, when we talked about it, you are of the mind that we do need the additional buses. I'm not super sold on the buses. I think that the premise of taking it inside was a good idea. and I think that it can get to where it needs to be. I think there's a lot of work to go, but at this time, I'm wholly uncomfortable with adding buses until the system has a little bit more stability. But I do appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilors, I think it probably would make sense for us to, there's several department heads who are still here that we have not heard from. Perhaps we can ask him to come up and just, again, do what we do on the other side of the fence. Say a few things about your department, some of the things that you do, just to give us a sense so we understand exactly what your functionality is. And then we'll come back and have that closing remarks or...
I have a question for her.
What is it?
I have a question for Jen.
For her? Okay, well, let's do that first since she got up, and then we can come back and ask her, and she can come to the podium to answer that.
The next one. Next department head is Dr. Soraya de Barros Montero, Director of Community Schools.
Welcome, Doctor.
Well, thank you so much. Good evening.
Welcome to the show.
My pleasure. Thank you. I'm Soraya de Barros Montero. I am the Director of Community Schools of Brockton. I have been a Brockton employee for the past 27 years. I was first a classroom teacher, then I became a math coach. Then I became the director of the school registration office, putting students in school for 10 years. And for the past almost 5 years, I have been the director of community schools. And for community schools, we do before and after school programs, Saturdays, weekends. We also do during the summer programs for children, and we also do it for the community. So we have recreational, academic, enrichment programs, not only for our students, but also for the community in general. And we're prepping for the summer program. We have 19 programs, nine of them are paid, so fee-based, and 10 of them are free of charge. And we use grants and local funds for that, and also other partnerships. So we're ramping up. We're starting on July 1st. You're all invited to come and visit and watch the show. We love the summer, so it would be a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Should we go right to the next one, and then we'll go right through the next one, and then if you have any specific questions to a department head, then we can ask you back.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next department head listed is Ms. Sharon Wolder, Deputy Superintendent, Teaching and Learning.
Ms. Wolder, welcome.
Thank you. So again, I am Sharon Wolder. I'm the Deputy Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. I have been in Brockton since 1994 as a student teacher and have worked in Brockton High School for many years prior to becoming the Chief Officer of Student Support Services and now the Deputy Superintendent. And ultimately, my responsibility is to really work with principals through evaluation and to support them as the leaders of the schools in order to make sure that our students are getting the education that they need.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, he's been up, and I hope I pronounced this correctly, Dr. James Lebelois, Assistant Superintendent, Unified Student Services. And I apologize if I didn't pronounce that correctly.
No worries at all. Good evening again. Dr. Lebelois.
Lebelois.
Yeah. I'm Jamie Lebelois. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Unified Student Services here for this Brockton Public Schools. I just joined the Brockton team in July of 22 after roughly 16 years as an Assistant Superintendent, Special Ed Director, Director of Student Services, and Executive Director for Instruction in other districts across the Commonwealth. Here in Brockton, I have direct oversight and responsibility for the operations of our Special Education and Related Services Department, the implementation of Section 504 of the Rehabilitation Act of 1973, Nursing and Medical Services, the Office of Social and Emotional Learning, the Office of Attendance and Re-engagement, as well as our Re-engagement Center. Counseling, both including our guidance counseling team as well as our school adjustment counselors. I support and oversee our McKinney-Vento homeless liaison and foster care point of contact, as well as supporting the operations of our schools relative to issues relative to discipline, bullying, harassment, and the implementation of the Commonwealth's discipline regulations. I also am the district civil rights officer, as well as the Title IX coordinator for the Brockton Public Schools. I also support the implementation of the committee's bullying policy, as well as student parent handbooks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next department head is Dr. Kathleen Moran, Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources.
Welcome, Doctor.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm Kathleen Moran. I'm the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources. I appreciate being invited here this evening. Next month, I'll be starting my 13th year in this role. Prior to being in Human Resources, I was a principal at several elementary schools across the city, including the Howard School while it was open. I am a proud graduate of the Brockton Public Schools. Both of my daughters recently graduated from Brockton High and are doing extremely well now, thanks to all the support that they've had across the entire district throughout their entire education. My husband and I still live in Brockton in our Campanelli. We're not leaving. We're staying there for as long as we can. Now that we're getting older, we don't have stairs, and we're happy to do that. So in terms of my department, I just wanted to say a few things. My department is in charge of recruitment, onboarding of all employees, and anything from that point on up until retirement resignation from the district, so anything in between. As Dr. Cobbs mentioned earlier, there are 8 union groups, but in addition to the 8 union groups, there are also several non-union employees, substitutes, and seasonal employees. For example, Dr. DeBarros mentioned community schools, extended day, summer programs. So those 8 unions and those other 3 groups take up a lot of our time and responsibilities. We're also in charge of working to diversify the district. Over the years, we were lucky enough to have some grants from DESE, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education, working with the JET program, Journey into Education and Teaching, to have paraprofessionals work toward getting their bachelor's degrees and then hopefully get licenses and come back to teach. We've also been working with teachers over the last couple of years. DESE has granted emergency licenses, so we've been working with teachers to get them properly licensed in the district, and also people who are looking to extend their license, move it to a new level, or get an additional license. If they already have an elementary, some are working towards ESL, so they can then go into teaching English as a second language. We assist with discipline, as was mentioned earlier. We do use steps of progressive discipline. Each of the contracts is very different, so we have to, myself and my associate directors have to know the contracts and work within those parameters, but be sure that we are helping administrators who supervise those staff to work to be sure that we have the high-quality people that we need and that they are complying with the rules and regulations of the district. So we have, we're fully staffed and can support our students every day. We work on sick leave incentives. We work with the vacation in the contracts. Anything, again, in between extracurricular coaching, personnel changes, I could go on and on, but I am very proud to work for the district, but also to be in this department for so many years. One of the most exciting reasons I took this job almost 13 years ago was seeing the new teachers during new teacher orientation during the summer and helping them throughout hopefully their long and illustrious careers. That's really what prompted me to leave being a principal, which I really loved, to step into this role. So I'm proud of all the work that we do to be sure that we diversify the district and have the best quality staff across the district to support our students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next department head is Dr. Karen Spaulding, Assistant Superintendent, grades pre-K through 5.
All these doctors. Some of us are sick. I don't know if you can actually help.
Probably not. Hello, and thank you for having us this evening. My name is Karen Spalding. I'm the extremely proud Assistant Superintendent for Pre-K through 5 in the Brockton Public Schools. I was a teacher for a long time, for 17 years, in the Cambridge Public Schools. I've been an assistant principal. I was a principal at both the middle school and elementary level for 9 years. Most recently, an assistant superintendent in the Milton Public Schools. And I and my husband chose to move to Brockton, and I chose to come to the Brockton Public Schools because I believe in what the City of Brockton is doing for children and families, and I believe in what the school department is doing for children and families. And I just want to take a moment just to circle back to Councillor Thompson's question about why would families choose the Brockton Public Schools. You're looking at some of those reasons. I have teachers behind me from the elementary level, administrators who have really moved student learning this year and last year, and especially at the elementary level, because that's my world, and I'm so proud of what they have done. They situated the right to read as a civil right. And they have worked, they adopted a new curriculum, they put into play a new assessment system so that we could closely monitor the reading skills of every child in this district. And my voice is shaking because I'm so proud of them. And they have moved student outcomes, and they have moved student outcomes because the teachers are dedicated, and I know you know that, the principals are dedicated, the coordinators that support them, and they are partnering with families and doing amazing things for children. And I know you are doing amazing things for children, as is the school committee and the rest of the administration. And I just want to thank you for that, and I want to thank you for working through this difficult process in the name of children. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next department head is Dr. Michelle Connors, Assistant Superintendent, grades 6 through 12.
Dr. Connors.
I always have to follow Dr. Spalding. We're going to have to change that up a little bit. Dr. Michelle Connors, I'm the Assistant Superintendent, grades 6 through 12 here in Brockton. I was born and raised in Little Rock, so I cannot claim that I'm a proud Brockton High grad, but I am the parent of a Brockton High grad, and similar to Dr. Moran, my daughter is a successful nurse at the Brigham today because of what the Brockton Public Schools offered. And so I thank you all for your continued support. I thank our school committee for their support. I am thrilled with the work happening in our middle schools and our high schools. For a long time, understandably, and I was a Brockton teacher, a Brockton High teacher for 16 years. Brockton High is the flagship of this district, and we are very proud of it. We're also proud that we've been able to bring on other high schools to provide our students a Brockton choice. Brockton High, as large as it is not for everyone, and so we do have smaller learning communities, and I thank you for your continued support and continuing to grow those high schools. Our middle schools, in the last 2 years, we've moved from TAG at just one school to Honors Academy at all our schools, creating greater equity and access for our students to engage in higher level rigorous coursework. With that comes 3 years of world language, strictly for with the Honors Academy program, but also offered as an access point to all of our students in our middle schools as an elective. We've started to see tremendous gains in the work across our middle schools because of our alignment to high-quality instructional materials in both ELA and in ELA math and science, and we're thankful for grants that supported that work, not just the procurement of those resources, but the teacher coaching that has been critical. We are looking to expand that work to our high school level next year, as I believe you heard earlier in the presentation. We are committed to high-quality instructional materials in ELA and science. We already have them in math. We have a 6 through 12 Carnegie Math program, which is showing great promise. This year, last summer, but this is the first full school year, we restructured our 9 through 12 curriculum team. Previously, they were housed just at Brockton High and only supported teachers at Brockton High. But with the expansion of all of our high schools, it's very important to ensure our teachers receive the supports that they deserve so that our kids get everything that they need in their classrooms. As a result of that expansion, we've also created greater vertical articulation in grades 6 through 12. So our students who are experiencing success in our middle schools will be able to continue that success as they enter any high school in Brockton because of the work of our leaders doing that. But most importantly, the two groups that really do the work for us here in Brockton are our teachers and the families of our kids. I think the greatest joys of my day are walking into classrooms and seeing the passion of our teachers and the excitement among our students, and then being able to problem solve with our families because they are our true partners in this work. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
The next department head is Mrs. Masha Andrade-Serpa, Director of the Parent Information and Registration Center.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good evening. I'm Marcia Andrade-Serpa, no problem, Director
I've been doing that for 20 years to you.
I know. I was your child's principal. I was a principal for 14 years here in Brockton. I will begin my 28th year in Brockton in September. I am the director of the school registration office. I've been there for 5 years. My office is responsible for assigning students, enrolling students. We are the first welcome, if you will, for families who are choosing Brockton Public Schools. My office works really hard to support our families, to welcome them, to provide them the information they need to make choices within Brockton. And I would also like to comment to Councillor Thompson that Brockton has a place for every child. Whether it's a child that is a multilingual learner, a child with special educational needs, a child who is talented and gifted, or anywhere in between, there is a place for the child in Brockton. And that's something I've always felt very strongly about and I'm very proud of. The women, they're all women, in my office work to really connect with families, make sure they have a good understanding of the process of starting from kindergarten all the way through. We also handle not only enrollment in my office, but we handle middle school assignments, we handle transfers, changes of address, residency investigations in collaboration with our attendance office. We collaborate with our bilingual department as our multilingual learners are entering our district to make sure that we're assigning properly, also with our special education office and transportation. So we have our hands in a bit of everything, but we are here to serve and we thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next department head is Mrs. Kelly Jones, Director of Bilingual Services.
Ms. Jones, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me tonight. I hope you've heard how much the staff at Brockton Public Schools love Brockton. Everyone is echoing it as they come up here. And I joke that I came to Brockton to practice my interview skills back in the 90s, and I never left. I fell in love with Brockton Public Schools, and I'm proud to lead the bilingual department that sees linguistic diversity as an asset to our communities and our schools. So in the bilingual department, I oversee the Title III requirements, as well as a robust programming for multilingual learners. We offer transitional bilingual education, we offer newcomer programs, we offer structured English immersion, we offer dual language programs. We're the only school in Massachusetts, the only district in Massachusetts that offers a 3-strand global studies school at the elementary level. And we also have a wonderful cadre of staff who work to support and ensure that families have an equal access to all of the information and the programs on behalf of their families. So you've seen some data about the increase of our student population this year. Every new student is being welcomed into our classroom communities. They are being affirmed and valued and supported as they grow within Brockton Public Schools. So thank you for having me.
Thank you.
Mr. President, it's not a question, but it's a comment.
No, we're going to follow the same thing, and then you can comment, because she's second to last anyways. There's only one
Excellent.
left.
So I have a comment for her.
Okay.
And the last department head is Mr. Dan, is it Vigent or Vigant?
Dan's not here tonight. He's ill tonight.
Okay.
So she is the last one.
All right, so she was the last one. Go ahead.
Excellent. So, Ms. Jones? Yes. I was told by somebody who knows you personally, telling me that you are one of the most kind, amazing, determined person that we have in the school system, especially when it's come down to language. And I just want to say publicly, thank you for who you are as a person, what you represent, the desire to help those that speak like me with, how do I put this, the most amazing willingness to see us do. And at the end of the day, and I guess, for a city like Brockton, I guess, the city of Brockton is blessed to have you, giving the folks that we have here. And I just want to say this, I usually don't comment like this, and when I do, it means something. I just want to acknowledge publicly, please don't leave us, because we need you. Thank you.
Like many people in Brockton Public Schools, they find their home here. I found my home in Brockton.
That's good.
And I found my home in the bilingual community.
Thank you.
And I'm very happy to be welcomed as a member of such a wonderful, wonderful city and a wonderful school system.
Thank you for what you do, and I'll leave it at that, Mr. President.
Any other questions before I?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Councilor Castro.
Thank you. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm sorry that I regret that we have to be meeting like this, because I feel like to some extent we have a bit of an antagonistic relationship going on here. And that's not the intention of the City Council. We're all here because we go through all that craziness running for office every other year because we love Brockton. We want to see things improve. We had an awful shock last year when we discovered a $14.4 million deficiency last August. In December, days before Christmas, we convened for a special meeting, and we basically gave up all our savings, all of the city's savings, to bail out the deficit that was caused by overspending by the school department. I hope you can understand it took a long time to put that money there. That's what it was for. Little rainy days like that, it was kind of a tornado, wasn't it? And since then, we are understandably very concerned about spending in the schools. And we have gone over, many of us have gone over this information. I can't call it a budget packet. It's kind of all over the place, unfortunately, with more of a fine-tooth comb than I've ever used. This is my 7th budget as a city councilor. We're all concerned. We've seen some spending that just doesn't compare with what it happens spending on the city side for similar or even the same positions. And so we're concerned, we're worried, and we're challenging things. That's what we're supposed to do. You've asked for more money than we're able to appropriate for you. By law, we have to balance the budget. What we have coming in has to equal what's going out. That's true of every city and town in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I grew up with 6 girls as my best friends. 5 of them became teachers. I'm the odd lawyer, what am I going to say? Most of them have now retired. We're of a certain age, but I've spent most of my adulthood listening to their stories. Every summer we sit there and catch up. I'm here in Brockton because of a Brockton High School graduate, class of '79. He won't like that I told you that. He then went to college and was elected to Phi Beta Kappa. He to this day will tell you that Brockton High School was harder than Boston College. And he continued on with higher education and has been successful. Thank God, because he's my sugar daddy. I want to talk about one thing that I observed. I've reviewed an awful lot of information that has come, perhaps begrudgingly, from the school department. I want to talk about grants for a minute. And so what I've noted is that in FY24, it looks like between federal, state, and private and donation, the school district received $21.8 million in grants. In FY23, it received $52.6 million in grants. The big increase was because of ESSER, federal funds that came in as the result of COVID. In FY22, you received a whopping $70.9 million in grants, and 49 million of that was ESSER. These grant funds are on top of what the state gives you to operate, what the city gives you, to operate for non-net. You've had an awful lot of money in the last couple of years, thank God. You've also had deficiencies, large deficiencies in the last couple of years. You're not unique. Franklin is complaining about school deficiencies, so are other communities. But our job is not to look at every other community, we have to look at our own. And you're all so impressive. It's a shame I'm meeting you under these circumstances. I would love to have so many of you department heads in on a resolve to talk about at length what you do and how you do it, because I know you're angels in disguise. I know you are. But what I want to say to you is, the spending, as Councilor Rodriguez said, well, you've got a spending problem in the Brockton Public Schools, and it has to be brought under control. We used our own money, our own savings, to bail out last year's deficiency. That's because all of the money comes from the same pot, whether it comes from the state or from us. We're one city with a divergent budget. A bunch of it goes to the schools and a bunch of it goes to the city. But we're one city and one pot of money, and we have to make it work. We have to balance it. That's what we owe the Commonwealth. Bad things will happen if we don't balance. And so I just want you all to understand, I'm so feeling the pressure of this budget and making things work. Last night we learned from the mayor that the different city departments 3 times made cuts, and their cuts total over $18 million. It includes people, it includes goods and services, it includes projects that we were hoping for. In Ward 4, which is what I represent, not only are Dr. Cobbs and Councilor Rodriguez my constituents, I have many constituents who are trying to age in place. Their children are grown and gone. They're trying to pay off their mortgages and live for a few years, without all the burdens. They care less about what's happening in the schools than about their roads and about other things that impact their quality of life. But they still care. I've gotten a number of calls from people whose children have graduated from the school system and said to me, what is going on? Is the city council going to address this? We have to all work together. Mayor Sullivan's word is collaborate, but it's really true. We all have to work together. I want to see us bring your spending in better line. You've got to look hard and think hard about how you can downsize some departments. Perhaps you can merge with some city departments. HR, procurement, finance come to mind just off the top of my head. I want this all to work, and you're doing God's work educating our children, and I admire you so much. It's a far easier job I do than what you do, but we have to look inward and make things better. I have to support this budget. We don't have an extra $5 million or whatever else you need. We couldn't give it to you anyway if we had it, but we really don't have it, and we don't have a savings account anymore. So I just want to impress on you how seriously I take this, and I understand so much of what you're going through. I hope you understand what we're going through. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Minichiello.
I just wanted to follow up with a couple more items with regard to transportation and trying to save some money with regard to that. In 2023, our budget was $5,460,000 and change. And then today, you're looking at $10,736,000 and change. I mean, that's basically doubling, okay, in 2 years. Someone should say to themselves, what is happening that the transportation budget in 2 years has doubled. There are obviously decisions being made at some level that is having a cause and effect. What was the original request, or when this was being put together, what was the original number that was going to be sent to the City Council?
For my request?
Or transportation?
It was $19.5 million.
So you were going to send over a request for $19 million for transportation?
That's correct.
And you whittled it down to $10.7 million?
Well, I didn't, but that's a number that the school committee voted on.
Has there been any thought, is there any possibility to go to a fourth tier? And I heard the Director of Transportation say that there was an increase due to some change in the scheduling of the preschool. Can someone tell me what happened with the preschool and why that changed and why and how much the increase was? What precipitated that change? Hi, hello, how are you?
Hi.
I'll try to be calm. You mentioned something about the preschool, that the preschool schedule changed and caused a cause and effect with regard to an impact on transportation. Can you explain to me what exactly happened and how much change, what was the monetary result of that change and why did it change?
Probably about $2.5 to $3 million in private vendors
So the budget increased by that one change?
in that one area, yes.
So what was the cause of that decision? Why was that decision made? Can someone explain that to me?
That's a union. From them to go to second tier to third tier, that was a union decision.
So why was that made? Like, why was that made? What was the reasoning to do that?
So I think it's a capacity issue.
My understanding, and I just confirmed, there was a different time schedule for preschool, and my understanding is there was a collectively bargained agreement that effective this school year, they went on to the third tier. So where that came from, it was the negotiating between the committee and the association.
So when that was being, I guess my point is this, decisions being made at whatever level, even at the bargaining level, at the executive team level, I don't know what level, but this decision costs $2 to $3 million, correct?
We don't disagree.
Approximately. Okay. Yes. So my point is this, and the point of all of my colleagues is this: when you make decisions, you had better understand the financial impact on the budget and that you have the money to do so. So where are we with the preschool? Has it been changed back, or is this going to cost another $2 to $3 million because of this original change? Somebody? Anybody?
Well, it's not going to be changed back this school year because, again, that goes back to the collective bargaining agreement. It would have to be renegotiated, and that will be coming up.
Well, then to say to this council that we need more money is an outrage, and to say to the taxpayers of Brockton that they need more money when you have a $2.3 or $2 to $3 million change because of someone's decision, I haven't heard a good reason yet why it was done, just because of collective bargaining or what have you. But that's almost a $3 million hit that the schools expect the city and the taxpayers to just bleed out $3 million bucks. That's outrageous. Outrageous. With regard to, again, some of the district kids that were sent out, that again cost how much money? What did the cost of sending those kids from the Huntington do to the budget?
I don't have that number exactly.
Would it surprise you if I heard it cost close to $4 million? Is that a surprise?
No, it wouldn't.
It wouldn't. So there's $7 million based on two decisions by I don't know who. No one seems to want to say who's responsible for making these decisions, but somebody is, and it's not. And to sit there And I'll say it again like I said it before, to blame the school committee. There's some genius, educational genius, that's coming up with these plans, and no one wants to take credit for it. But they want the city council and they want the taxpayer to fork over $7 million for 2 decisions. Jim, I don't blame you on this. I don't know who's making these decisions. You might not be the one responsible, but someone needs to take credit for some of these choice decisions where no one seems to think about what's the financial impact. Do we have the money to pay for this? Do we have the money to send these kids out of district? What's going on over there? When I was over there, when the decision was made, we made sure we had the money to do it. I don't know what decisions are being made, but if you don't have the money to do it, something's wrong here. Something is definitely wrong here. And how about ride sharing? Madam Transportation Supervisor, Superintendent, are we doing any ride sharing with any other communities? Like, for instance, are we sharing any routes with regard to, like, if we have a kid going to the Cardinal Cushing over in Hanover, that transportation, the unit of transportation goes through Abington and Rockland and Hanover. Are we doing anything with trying to find it with other communities and say, hey, we could share this ride. We'll split the cost or what have you. Is there anyone doing any of that?
So we do try to bulk up as many students as we can, but as far as working with other districts, the only thing that we do is we cost share with other districts, but we don't all get together and figure out who has.
All right, fair enough. I've asked that question on probably 3 occasions, and I've been told we do, so obviously we don't. Again.
Just a correction, Councilman Minicello. We do cost share with districts that we have to transport out of district. We share the transportation with them if they require either McKinney-Vento or for special education. So the sending district and ourselves will split the cost of whatever that transportation. So we do cost share in that sense. We don't solicit other towns to say, hey, we're going through your city. Can you help us pay for this?
But why don't we? I've mentioned that probably. That was the same thing I used to say to the school department with regard to middle schools years ago. Basically, it was like, hey, these middle schools, everyone's getting a different education depending on what middle school you go to. We need some uniformity. Yeah. Minicello, you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Finally, they started doing it. But all I'm suggesting, I'm trying to give you ways to help out here. Mm-hmm. And, looking into a 4th tier with regard to busing, we should be able to do that. Looking into ride sharing, we should be able to do that. Taking back some of these decisions that were made needs to be done. Who's over at the Huntington right now? What is going in September at the Huntington? The virtual school or something? The virtual?
The Huntington building will be the Promise Academy, Promise College and Career Academy that's currently at Summer Street.
How many kids are going to go in there?
Right now, they have 2 grades. They're going to expand a grade each year until they reach, 4 full high school grades. So
how many children are going to go in?
Now
students
there's
are going to be in
about
there?
96, I think, students that registered.
In September?
So there'll be another, I'm sorry?
150.
180 in the fall. So it'll increase each fall, each year.
And how many students were taken from the Huntington and sent out of district or sent over to the Westgate Mall or wherever they were sent?
There's about 40, 35, 40.
Yeah.
Good evening.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. So I can speak to when I arrived in Brockton and sort of the events that occurred then. So in this, I start with the community on July 1 of 22. At that point, the decision had been made to close the Huntington School and propose a complete redesign.
And who made that decision? Who was involved with that decision?
So my understanding, it was the cabinet, the leadership team that was in place at the time.
So when a decision like that is being made, is there any discussion about what the cost is going to be and where the money is going to come to implement that change?
That was the conversation I had with our director, Lori Mason, at the time, who our discussions was that concern was made known and that we were told to continue. So what happened was they closed they redesigned the entire school and closed the elementary program. So at that point, the first volume of students who were placed out of district were elementary age students who would have been attending the Huntington. When the building was closed, the attempt to restaff that building in a 2-month window to open in September did not yield the faculty and staff necessary, and the year opened in an incredibly unsafe environment for the students. So there was a second round of students outplaced due to the safety concerns within the building. This past year, there is a new leadership team there. We have reestablished the therapeutic model, and we're expanding the elementary grades come fall. And so the earlier question you made, yes, the intent is now that we have a space that can sustain the elementary grades, our goal is to systematically begin to bring students back to Brockton. Of the total 3,400 and so students who are enrolled or identified as having disabilities here in the community, only 97 of them are not placed within the district. So just to be really clear, the lion's share of our students are fully enrolled in our programs, in our schools, and part of the request for the additional staffing was to open additional sections. Part of the cost of the in-district transportation is we don't have an economy of scale with the programs, right? So if one school who runs an autism spectrum disorder substantially separate program is full, there's another opening in another middle school, so now we've got to bus that student from what would have been their neighborhood school to the available placement in the district because we don't have the teachers to then create another section in the same building. So the special ed team is working hard to establish an infrastructure in the district that will absorb the students that we have. But the closure of the Huntington and the gradual rebirth of the therapeutic day school is what our work has been with our team since we arrived in July of 22.
Okay, well, obviously at that time it was the perfect storm because the transportation got hit from different directions, from different programs. And it just seems like nobody considered cost in any of the decisions. Again, you weren't there, so you don't know.
That's fair. Well, what I will say is that was the dialogue with our director at the time, Lori Mason, who, that was our dialogue, is sort of where is this resource coming from, who assured me she had made those concerns.
So the number that I see here, 10 million something, 700 and change, you know, one decision that was made obviously was the preschool program. Whoever decided or wanted that to change for whatever reason cost the district between $2 and $3 million. You know, so there's a huge chunk of money that needs to be looked at in terms of reconsidering or doing whatever needs to be done. Because if you say it's a union contract situation, well, you know, the classroom teachers in this district work very hard. And the people who are above at the higher levels who make these lofty decisions that they end up having to dissect and put together and make work, you know, this is causing a lot of angst because we don't have the resources to provide the classroom teachers with what they need based on some of the crazy decisions or the decisions that are being made without consequences as to what it's going to cost. So basically, we're hamstringing our classroom teachers. We're taking monies away, as my colleague said, that could be going into the classroom teachers by the decisions at whatever level these decisions are being made from. So I don't know who's doing it, but someone better consider what it's costing the city and what it's doing on the school system. Because the Brockton Public Schools in the last 2 years, I don't know where you've been, but hasn't had the best reputation out in the public. So we have an image problem, and it's not because of the classroom teachers. It's because of the decisions that are being made at a certain level in the school district, and no one seems to want to raise their hand and say, well, you know what, I made that decision. I'm the one that made that decision. I'll take credit for it. No one's going to take credit for doing what they did to the high school. The high school was one of the best high schools in this country, as we all know. We had accolades, but yet something happened at the high school. Different programs were added to the high school. Different changes were added to the high school or implemented, which caused basically a lot of angst. Ask the classroom teachers what happened over at the high school. They'll tell you what happened at the high school. Lack of discipline, lack of support, because decisions were being made at a certain level to basically make things more conducive for the students, to make things make the students feel good and lack of basically discipline. Well, guess what had happened? What the results are at the high school? It didn't bode so well. It was so bad that one of our school committee people said we need to get the National Guard in here. So apparently some decisions were made that made the high school deteriorate into someone saying we need the National Guard. Well, that's not a good image problem for the city of Brockton. But the decisions being made are costing this city millions of dollars, obviously, and then people come in here and say, oh, you need to support education. We do support education. You need to support the classroom teacher and the students and make sure that the resources are getting to those kids and not being spent on crap or decisions being made that are basically costing this city millions of dollars. You know, so who's going to take credit for that? Apparently no one's going to take credit for that. Who's going to take credit for the image problem in Brockton? Nobody. The city council, the mayor, we have to take crap because no one from the schools fesses up and says, yeah, we made decisions and guess what? It didn't go too well. Yeah, no one takes that responsibility. But yet the politicians, we have to hear it, and we do hear it, and we take it, and we try to support you, and we want to continue to support you, but you've got to make the right decisions financially, and when you make a decision, you better consider the financial consequences, because with the budget the way it is in this city, there's no extra money here for anybody. You need to make it work, just like we make it work, and we want to work with you, but we're not going to sit here and act like nothing's wrong, and you're going to sit there and say, we need more money. What? I don't think there's enough money that you guys will ever get, and you'll be satisfied with it. We could give you $20 more million, and you'll say, we need more money for this or that. You need to figure out how to spend it wisely, because obviously it wasn't spent wisely. Thank you.
Thomas, you're all pumped up, my friend.
Well, you know, the schools are near and dear to my heart, and to see what's going on here is crazy.
All right, Councillor Duranencourt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I can personally understand the desire of Councilman Chillo to speak, you know, on behalf of the school, and I think it is a sentiment that most of us, you know, express, if not all of us. So, Dr. Cobb, in regard to the school budget, did the school committee vote on this before you send it to us?
Obviously.
Mr. President, you know what? I'll leave it there. Because I believe if I start this tonight, we will be here all night. Let me just, is TJ still online?
Yes.
TJ, are you able to, can you hear me? TJ?
Just give Leander a minute.
Yes, I'm here.
Excellent, thank you. Really quick, in regard to the school budget, right? What exactly the number should be? Because I'm looking at a bunch of numbers right now. So
spending?
Yeah, because I'm looking at 232, 226. So what is the number? What is it exactly?
So the statutory appropriation is the 227, roughly 226 and change, and the 232 is that number plus the $5.9 million of the positions that have been identified by the school department as what is needed for Brockton Public Schools.
So I mean, it's like so it's like 227 or 230. Is that what you're saying?
So what I'm saying is, to meet net school spending requirements by the Commonwealth, it's the 226 and change, rounded up to 227. And what has been requested by the Brockton Public Schools is the additional 5.9 for positions to make up for some of the areas that they need to hire positions for.
So in regard to the school committee, what was the number they voted on?
The number the school committee voted on was 232 million. based upon the motion by, I don't even remember who the motion, but 232 was voted on saying this is what the school committee needs.
So the school committee voted on 232 and the superintendent put 227? Is that right?
Superintendent asked for 232 based upon what the group and the cabinet felt was necessary to make up for areas of the budget that needed to be addressed. The statutory amount that was presented to the city and appropriated by the city is the 227.
227. Thank you. I appreciate your help, man. Dr. Cobb, go ahead. TJ, I feel like you're going to say something.
No, I said anything else, let me know when you need.
Sounds good. Thank you. Dr. Cobb, in February, the school committee voted on an audit for the transportation department. Can you give us an update on that? Where's that audit at?
So we're still in the process, working with it. We have several bids. One was $180,000, one was $10,000, and the other one is about $1,000. And so we're working with the companies. It's called MAPT, Massachusetts Association of Pupil Transport, to secure the contract, and we haven't got the contract signed yet.
So, I appreciate that. Mr. President, some of the questions that I would like to ask, unfortunately, based on the conversation that we just had, it seems like I'm not going to be able to ask them. But if I may, I believe school committee man Sullivan was the chairperson that voted on the contract for the transportation company. I just want to say this publicly. I know we've been, going after Dr. Cobb tonight, but obviously you are not part of that group that made some of this decision. Obviously it was done under, school committeeman. Your school committeeman Sullivan was the chairman. I really would like to ask a couple questions because I feel like, in the word of, our CFO, Joey Clarkson, we were very generous. And I understand we've been very tough with, the transportation, and we got to asking Dr. Cobb the question, but obviously you are not the person who, signed all of those documents and give them the green light. But, let me just end it like this. The Brockton Public School is one of the best that we have. And obviously, I personally serve on the Board of Trustees for Massachusetts Community College. I did not have an opportunity to go to Brockton High School, but my sisters did. And also serve on the Board of Trustees for the Brockton Public Library. When I first came in this country 13 years ago, the Brockton Public School was the place to be. And unfortunately, we all can agree that, with recent history, the reputation, I know it's reputation, it's Facebook. Some of these people, they don't live in our city, they don't really know what's going on. It seems like we are not doing what we're supposed to do. And I'm going to say this publicly, Mr. Mayor, you can hear it, and I think each of us, has a solemn obligation to do a little bit to prove to people that live outside of the city that whatever they are thinking about us, it is not what it is. And I think we have an obligation to work together to bring the best of what we have. Because I know for a fact that we have some of the smartest, some of the brightest kids in our school system. And at the end of the day, I think we need to start telling their stories and showing people what we are able to do. And although it may be as frustrated as can be, it may be as tough as can be, but I believe each of us strongly believe in having a wonderful public school, an amazing place to work, and a place whereby you can brag about it. And I hope tonight, despite of our conversation, some of you guys do not take it personally, because we have an obligation to ask the questions. And again, most of us have made that statement. This is my tax money, so do you, so do you. All of us pay taxes, and at the end of the day, we have an obligation to making sure that that money is spent accordingly. And we cannot just sit here and pretending nothing is going on. And some of us know that. There are people who are working 2 jobs, 3 jobs to pay taxes. And when we take their tax money, we have to do something with it. We cannot just take that money and throw it out there and not doing anything. Mr. President, just to finish my question tonight, I would like to ask the Director of information and registration. Just a simple question, really quick, if I may. Is that okay, Mr. President?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
She was actually sitting in the back saying, pick on me, pick on me, pick on me.
We'll pick on you, that's for sure.
Thank you.
With these elementary school teachers, you know how
Excellent. So obviously, I mean, by virtue of my accent, you know, you can tell that I wasn't born here, or I speak something else, right?
No, I didn't know that.
Moses, chill. It's okay. So simple. Does the registration department inform newly arrival students of their rights to school choice, or are they somewhat being advised to go to school during the night? It's very important. So when you get the new arrivals,
Yes.
do you tell them they have options, or do you just advise them to go overnight?
No, certainly it depends on their age. So our Edison Evening Academy is for students who are 17 years or older. So if they're under that, that's not an option for them. Certainly if they're electing to go to Brockton High School, that's, and if they're of the age that would be appropriate for Brockton High School. There are some cases in which a student may be overaged and undercredited, and they're able to get a 12-course program at Edison Evening, which would make more sense for them. They're able to get through the requirements to achieve a diploma within 2 years.
So excellent. I mean, it's like, if I understand you correctly, if you are 17 years old, I mean, let's face it, so I'm from Haiti, right? So back home, it's not 12 grades, but it's 13 grades.
13, right.
So if you come here, well, obviously you might be 17, but you already complete, 12 grades, because, I mean, I'm assuming you're probably familiar with the process down there. We have multiple governmental exams. So by virtue of that student complete 12 grades, and I'm assuming you give them a placement test, right? So if they pass that test, they are unqualified to go to Brockton High School? They'll have to go to school overnight?
No, we don't give them a placement test. The test that they are given is for language proficiency when they arrive, and then if they're going to the high school, there is an assessment that's done to determine their language proficiency at the high school level. For Edison Evening, we have children or students coming in if they are 17 years or older, and they elect to go there. Again, that's just 12 courses. And they're able to achieve their diploma. I understand certainly from Haiti, it's 13, grade 13, plus they have to take the exam in order to be eligible for, for their diploma. So we take all of that into account as we're determining what is the best approach for students.
So in a situation like this, I mean, obviously by virtue of the definition here, that person, that particular student may not speak English, perfectly. But we also understand when it's come down, it's proven, math, physics, and chemistry, they probably exceeded. I mean, I remember vividly, it's like some of the stuff that I was doing when I was in 10, 11 grades, I did them in college. So it was like very advanced. So what I'm trying to understand is that, like, I mean, I know the night school is a wonderful school, but I just don't want to see, some of the kids that we have coming here, not being advised properly, not you particularly, but not being advised properly, whereby they could have been graduated the following year, and then they ended up probably spending 1 or 2 or 3 years where they could have been advanced. You see what I mean? Because when I came here, what I did, I just took an exam and I went straight to Massasoit. I didn't go to Brockton High School because I have that. But I don't think too many people know they can actually do this, because I mean, obviously my sister was here. She went to Brockton High School and she advised me on what I can do. So I went there and I took the exam and that was it. But I feel like if you come here with they call it philo, 12 grades education or 13 grade education, I would hope that Brockton High School can advise these kids, instead of coming to our public school, why don't you go to Massasoit to take an exam and see if you pass it, then you can start there. Do you think this has been done within the schools? Not just for Haiti. I mean, I'm using Haiti as
Sure.
an example, but
Sure.
somewhat.
We have two wonderful Haitian speakers in my office who...
But this is for all immigrants.
I
just wanna
understand,
say.
my office is filled with multilingual staff, including myself. So certainly families feel connected and understand, or they understand the language, their native language. That said, we have students who go to Brockton High School because they're choosing to go to Brockton High School. As you can see, the class of 80-plus students, those are our newly arrived students. But we also have students, we've offered families to get their, if they have their credentials with them, their report, that they're able to evaluate them to be able to go directly to college. But very often we're hearing from families is they want more language opportunities to be able to learn English language, and that's why they elect to go to the evening program.
Excellent. Thank you. I appreciate it. Dr. Cobb, in regard to this class, which you have 80 kids, obviously I believe in your presentation, as of right now, it's 73, right? So if we pass this budget, right, without cutting, are you able to divide these 73 kids into 2 classes, or are you going to keep it the same way? Are you, it's like...
If we get more teachers.
Dr. Cobb, I just ask you a simple question.
Mr. Counselor, look, do you think we have 80 students in the classroom if we had sufficient staff to divide them into other classes? The reason they're in there is because we only have one teacher, that Haitian biology teacher, that can teach those students. So if we had more Haitian biology teachers, we could divide them into other classes.
So does that person have to be a Haitian biology teacher?
They need to speak the language, absolutely, yes.
Okay, so that class,
Because they're learning English at the same time they're learning biology, so that person would need to be an ESOL teacher or qualified. And it's a very specialized, you know, there's not a whole lot of, you know, teachers that are qualified to do that, so.
Okay, oh, I think she would like to say something.
I thought I could help. At Brockton High School, we offer transitional bilingual education for students at those earliest proficiency levels because we want to leverage their first language, their knowledge from their home countries and their home educational systems to help them acquire English. And so by having someone who can speak their language, they can make those immediate connections to their first language and their first experiences so that they can transfer all that knowledge into English. And so we actively search for staff who speak their native languages.
Excellent. So, Dr. Cobb, the question is, I mean, this is not really arch. It's like, if we pass, like I said, like I personally, and I'll tell you this, you know, on the record, you know, I believe in giving you anything that I think is possible to bring the best of our kids. I believe that. I strongly believe that. There's no question about it. But what bothers me is that even though I know these kids do have, I think it's a Haitian and Latino. It's not just Haitian. I believe these kids do have the ability to succeed. So my problem is not really the kids, is the teacher having the responsibility to deal with all of these students. I mean, I'm not an educator, but if I have 80 kids in the classroom, I'll go nuts. There's no question about it. So I'm assuming somewhere, somehow, out there, there's a possibility for us to find somebody. So with that being said, you know, I would strongly encourage you and your staff to see how we can somewhat leverage, because I was told by your, you know, teachers that despite of having 80 of them in a classroom, they are killing it. And if you think about having 40, they will destroy it. So with that being said, it's in the benefit, or it is in the interest of the city to actually do something like this. And again, that can justify by you, given the fact that, number one, it's not just a math or physics, it's a biology class, whereby very complex terminology and all that. You do need somebody who's able to go from both English, Haitian Creole, and Spanish, and being able to educate these kids effectively. And I was told some of these kids took an exam, most of them got A's. That's very impressive. And I don't know if I can do that. But these are the kids that we have at Brockton High School. And Mr. President, if I may, these kids are coming from a place whereby they are facing with a lot of trauma, and they are still able to perform. So that's impressive. And, I just want to end it on a positive note. I would strongly encourage you, if not begging you, let's look for somebody to actually divide this class and helping these kids. With that being said, Mr. President, I will leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Fawa.
Thank you.
We're always a tough act to follow. I want you to know that. Mr. Chairman, I want to ask Mr. Claxton a question, because I want to refocus on something that Councilor Minichiello said.
Mr. Clarkson?
When decisions are made at the school department that have significant cost implications, what is your involvement? Is your office consulted if there's going to be a ripple effect and a budgetary requirement for the next fiscal year or that current fiscal year, or where are we with a process like that? And I'm just trying to lay everything out on the table tonight. I just think we have to get everything out on the table so everyone knows where we stand, what's going on. It's the only way to go forward.
Since the events of last year, the process has certainly evolved, and my office and my team have taken on a greater role. But I do believe, and someone actually mentioned earlier, perhaps merging some offices. I think it was Councilor Nicastro. There still is not a clear structure, I think. And so on things like collective bargaining or major policy decisions, there is not a level of discussion where the city is consulted on those cost implications.
All right, so with respect to the collective bargaining agreement with Teamsters Local 653, which covers school bus drivers and others, you would not have been a part of that as you are on the city side with all of the other unions. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now I'm going to switch to Dr. Cobbs. The school committee negotiated the contract with the school bus drivers, am I right?
Correct.
All right, and I assume the process is the same as when I was on the committee, either as a member or as chairman. That negotiation subcommittee comes back and makes a recommendation to the city council, strike that, to the school committee, and then they vote on it?
Correct.
All right, now I need to go back to Jennifer, if I could. And again, pardon me for calling you Jennifer instead of director, but again, we're trying to get everything out on the table because we get so many calls. Is it true that there is a clause in the contract that if drivers work beyond 9 o'clock in the morning, they get an automatic extra amount of time?
So yes, anything above their 6 hours, they get 3 hours.
Okay, so, or above their 6 hours. So, all right, so I'm assigned to a route in the morning. And it goes beyond 3 hours, is that it?
No, so it would be, so they're on from 6 to 9 in the morning, so if we ask them to go, pick up an additional student or something like that after 9, they get an automatic 3 hours.
And is that a straight time or overtime?
It depends on what they've worked that week.
So it could be overtime?
Could be.
Okay, and how do they submit payroll? How do we verify that the bus drivers are on duty and driving and on their route for the time period for which they seek compensation?
So they do fill out a timesheet every week, and we know when they're there because the mechanics are down at the lot. So when all the buses are gone, they let us know what buses or vans might be left, and then, we cross-reference with the front line to see who's out.
All right, do you have GPS in the vehicles?
Yes.
You do. So does anyone correlate the time requested for compensation versus what the GPS system might show?
For trips and extra work things, yes.
But not for regular work?
Their automatic 6 hours is their automatic 6 hours.
Okay, so if someone said to me that some people pull over and just wait until after 9 o'clock to come back and then they get extra time, we would not be checking that because that's part of the regular 6-hour day?
We would, if they put in for extra time after 9 o'clock, because, you know, they might have said the route took longer, we do check on that.
You do check on that?
Yes.
Okay, and again, this contract, it's not on Dr. Cobb's shoulder. The school committee negotiated this. I want the public to know that, because I don't want you to take it on the chin, Dr. Cobb's, unless you deserve it. And in this case, this contract was negotiated by the school committee, and then the full school committee voted on it. It became effective, and now we have to live with it. And what is the expiration date?
We have one more school year.
One more school year. Okay. That's all I have, Jennifer, and I thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to close my remarks tonight by saying that there's two people in this room who have kind of been set up, thrown under the bus, no pun intended, and it's the mayor who just left for a minute and Mr. Claxon. And I think part of why you see us with some angst tonight is because when the school committee voted that they wanted $5.9 million more, they knew the mayor, who was the only one who can appropriate that money, wasn't going to do it. They knew he had decided on a figure that was defensible, that would preserve the financial health of the city, that would not detract from property values in this city. And it was theater. It was demagoguery. It was an exercise in let's make the mayor and let's make Mr. Claxon look bad because we want more money and we're for the kids. And that is something I can't stomach as a politician. If you want to talk about being on a team, if you want to talk about working together, then don't just say that, act like it. And the team, after meetings with state officials, including the lieutenant governor, the secretary of the executive office of administration and finance, and others at the DOR, they decided on a budget that was defensible and that this city could afford. But no, at the 11th hour, we're going to have another $5.9 million added. And what do I get but a budget book that says for unanticipated positions that may be needed? And I want all of you to look at this because you're educators, and I find it offensive, inappropriate, that for a $200+ million budget, I get 30 pages. 30 pages. This is the budget book for the rest of city government, which is about half, the other half. If anyone thinks that that's satisfactory, then they don't know how to put together a budget. There should be positions in here. There should be the amount of money that each person is going to be paid with their additional benefits, if any. Some of us pay attention to this stuff. Mr. Mayor, believe it or not, some of us have spent hour after hour reading all these different budget books. And to get personal a little bit, you get migraine headaches. I have to take something called pantoprazole for acid reflux because I worry about this stuff. It's a city that I have a great deal of pride in, and I have grandchildren in the school system, more coming into the school system eventually. And in fact, my daughter just texted me and said, tell Mrs. Connors she was my favorite teacher at West Junior High. So we support the schools, but we can't be reckless. And I thank you for being who you are as mayor. I thank Mr. Claxon for being who he is. I thank Dr. Cobbs for inheriting a mess and doing the very best you can, but we have a lot of work ahead of us. We have a lot of work ahead of us, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Ladley.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I grow up, I want to be Tom Minicello.
You better try harder. You better pick someone else, that's for sure.
I gotta go law school.
No, he's an attorney.
Yeah, I don't want to do that much schooling. Okay. The one thing that Brockton Public did not set me up for, and it's not the failing of Brockton Public, it's my own failing to discipline myself, but is taking proper notes. So my notes are all over the place. I want to start with just a quick question to Dr. Spalding. All right. Right after I was at the transportation office, I met Dr. Spalding at the Brookfield, and we had the chance to check out a couple of classes. I was hoping, because it had somewhat come up today, that you might be able to give a little bit of background on the launch program that we observed.
Absolutely. And if it would be okay with you, I would also ask Ms. Kelly-Jones to add to it, seeing as she and her department did a lot of thinking and work to build that program before I was in my position. But thank you very much for visiting. I understand you are a visitor to the Brookfield School frequently, so thank you for that.
Goes to school there.
Still goes to school there?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, my follow-up question is, can somebody waive my homework for tonight?
I think I have authority to write a homework pass for you.
Kids, I hope you're watching.
So the classroom we visited was a second grade lunch classroom, and lunch is our program primarily for newcomers, so students who are in the early stages of learning the English language. And that particular class began the year with 12 students, I believe, and when we visited last week, they were at 28 students, so a pretty significant increase. And what we saw was magical, the work that the teacher was doing, both to give students access to grade level text, and so the same curriculum materials that were happening in the second grade classroom next door, but also being really explicit in supporting and developing students' language skills. And Ms. Kelly-Jones, are you behind? There you go. May I pass the mic with that? Am I allowed to do that? Okay.
Sure. Good evening again. So I'm happy to talk about enrollment at the elementary level, particularly in our launch classrooms. I've been keeping really strong data on the numbers of newcomers that are coming into our schools each month and from what grades they fall. So for example, in grade 2, this year we've had 122 new multilingual learners in second grade across the district. So our numbers are growing in our launch classrooms. So you want to have small learning communities where we can really intently focus on both English language development and grade level content. And when they are ready for integration and when they're ready to be with their peers and no longer need such a supportive environment, we exit them into the regular ed classroom. And that also has implications for the numbers in our regular ed classroom. So for example, in grade 2, 52 students were recommended for full integration at the end of this year, and an additional 12 were recommended for partial integration. So that means 64 students in grade 2 going into grade 3 were going to be, for a part of the day or for the entire day, integrated from the launch classroom. And so part of the budget request that we made is because of the implications that the success of this program will have an implication in what we call our integrated structured English immersion classrooms, as well as to make room for the 122 potential second graders who will be joining our classrooms next year.
Thank you. Yeah, The classroom that we saw was, it was full, but the kids were very engaged. They, from my limited observation, were displaying an incredible amount of, proficiency. And they were really, invested in what they were doing. And I think I think the program is commendable. I think that, the classroom we observed, the teachers that we saw, were doing a very good job. We did receive later than the budget, which was late in its own right, but we did receive, additional parts of the school's operation. So we saw stuff like salaries and things like that for what this department pays the teacher that we observed. An expansion of that program would be a no-brainer, but again, continuing that to fund the expansion of that program, given especially what we're, paying that teacher, we're back to the regular theme of the night, which is the department. It's inconceivable the department can't find that within itself. I wanted to acknowledge and to laud the program. I think it's great, and I think it is worth expanding, investing, and I think that that's something the department can do without an additional infusion. I think that it comes back, and I'll put a pin in that for now, but it does come back to the management of the money. I also, just want to, acknowledge before I put in my own closing thoughts, Mrs. Andrade Serpa and Dr. Moran. You don't have to get up, but both, my sister went to your school. She absolutely loves you. But the both of you especially, I wanted to call out as people who, I know, but also who, I think that it's worth noting. I have heard, reputationally, a lot of a lot of good things, a lot of kudos and a lot of respect. So I think, especially in this sort of hectic time, it's a worthwhile thing to give a nod to. But with that being done, I got a couple of more questions. So the request that the school committee voted on, which was voted on after the mayor already submitted his budget to the council, 232, you got 226. How does the department plan to bridge that gap? How do they plan to get down the $6 million difference?
Well, obviously, we can't hire the 97 teachers that we projected in that budget cost, and which will have a corresponding effect on the special ed services and compensatory fees that we'll have to pay. So those will continue to mount, and we'll have to figure out, work with the state and deal with all the complaints from the parents. So the short answer is we will not be able to hire those teachers, and the $6 million is going to come out one way or another, whether it's either hiring the teachers or for compensatory services.
So you're saying that even though the mayor gave you 226, you're still going to spend the 230?
No, I did not say that. What I said was we will work with the budget that we have, and we will not be able to hire those additional teachers.
But you're going to pay the penalties for not hiring those teachers?
It's going to come from somewhere. That's just going to continue to mount. Absolutely.
Right. And what about...
So that doesn't mean we're going to pay those costs. We're going to have to figure out how to pay those costs, and sometimes it's on a fractional basis, but that's what we have to manage as school administrators.
And you'll pay it from within the 226?
Don't have any choice.
Well, I appreciate your sacrifice. Are there any Brockton Public School employees, including Mr. Plant, who are receiving any kind of compensation, overtime, etc., for being here this evening?
Actually, the union personnel that are here can apply, we need to pay them a compensation. That's a union contract, absolutely. You ask them to be here, and if they're here, we have to pay them. Okay. None of us, the district people that are salaried, we don't get paid overtime.
Right. Which does work as a segue. In order to make ends meet and cover the budget for the department, there's been a lot of talk about cuts on the city side through the mayor's budget. I'm not going to list them all, but 24 departments cuts, including the widely publicized cuts to the library, can fit wholly inside the money set aside for the list of guests that we have here this evening, plus Mike Thomas, Aldo Petronio, and Chris Correa. The salaries combined can fit 24 departments within, which I think is just a neat thing to observe. That's a total of $3 million if you're looking for 6. Another thing, because we're talking about money management, and it's been a source long before I got here. When the city is poor, when the schools are poor, the city's poor. When the schools are rich, the city is poor. There always seems to be a need and an ask, which is not really an ask, and a take. And so I want to offer comparisons, and the Human Resources Department has been compared enough, but I do share the sentiment that perhaps there's a person or two there we could streamline. But the School Facilities Department, the groundskeepers are responsible for 210 acres, and to manage that, the school department has given the grounds team 10 people. The City Parks Department is responsible for 850 acres, and to manage that, the city has given the Parks Department 10 people. The schools have 28 buildings. The city has 23 buildings under its building department's responsibility. The school's buildings range, and this is data that I've gotten directly from the sort of press release from the facilities department. The school department buildings range from 25 to 100 years old. The city buildings range from 23, in the case of the Council on Aging, which is sort of an outlier, to 130 years old. In order to manage their 28 buildings, the schools have 104 custodians, and I understand that there's more wear and tear day to day on the school buildings, but the buildings that don't have students in them, we reach a little divide. They have 5 warehouse personnel, and they have 23 craftsmen. The city has 6 custodians for 23 buildings, no warehouse employees, and 7 craftsmen. The city is also responsible for the pools and does all the HVAC work within school buildings. This is the differences that we highlight. That's part of what we're talking about, is that we have whole departments that could fit in the deficit that was generated last year. And I think the biggest thing that I could narrow down or focus in on is, I think, the definition of need. And I think the city's definition of need and the school's definition of need varies with some significance. I think the school's definition of need is a lot closer to want. We've had things that we've needed for years, things that have been in the budget that the mayor has submitted, that the mayor has prioritized, that councilors have advocated for, that we still don't have the money for. But if you look at how long one of our needs remains on the shelf versus how long one of the school department's needs remain on the shelf, that school need goes a lot quicker. And when it's for the students, I can empathize. But a lot of times, it does not really seem to reach the student. It seems to reach the bureaucracy surrounding the student, and that bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy. But it doesn't really reach the student. We receive, and it was mentioned earlier, I think, by the chairman, in a similar line to the definition of needs. There's no real, we need, and Councilor Farwell mentioned it too, there's no real, we want this, but we'll take what you can give us. It's sort of an ultimatum. It's the top end or it's nothing. And that is more of a philosophical difference at this time of night. But that is, I think, the core of the friction. I think that is the core of the problem with the budget, and I think that's the core of the challenges with spending. I think that the department is not as vigilant when it comes to tightening the belt and managing the money, because they know they can come back and say we need, and they can come back and they can hit the city for it. And again, like my colleagues have said, when it's for the students, absolutely. But I think we have far and away quite a bit of money that could be used for the students within the department already, that is not getting to where it needs to go. We've got a lot to be proud of with Brockton Public Schools. Today, my counterpart on the school committee and myself, School Committee Woman Joyce Azak, and I attended the graduations at the Ashfield Middle School and the Brookfield Elementary School. We had a blast. Some of the kids are taller than me. But it was, it's a really great, those are great events, and it's really, a great thing to see. We went to the graduation for the high school recently as well. Our schools are something to be proud of. There's something to be bragging about. Our students are something to brag about, and and their teachers do a tremendous job. The breakdown, both in what is hanging over our schools and what is hanging over our budget, is not the schools themselves, but the apparatus around the schools. And I think that is what really needs to be focused on in the coming fiscal year. Mr. Chairman, that's all I've got conventionally for the budget. I'm sure there's other speakers.
I have one last one, and then you can go
one more.
into
So I'll
pause and come back.
I'll shout it out right now, and then I'll let you handle it at your leisure as the chairman. Before we close, I want to both acknowledge Principal McCaskill he's not on the list, but he's here all evening. And if the chairman would be amenable to it, I've seen firsthand the way that the high school students have really developed a relationship with the principal and a respect. And I think it would be both a good way to end the evening and an informative update for the council to hear from Principal McCaskill.
Yeah, we'll do that. Let me just hear from Councilor
Thank you, Mr.
Thompson,
Chairman.
and then we'll hear from the principal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I promise just one quick question. My memory, a few months ago, the school committee voted on putting out an RFP or checking in to First Student and what their cost would be for transportation services, maybe for the upcoming year. Did we ever get any information back regarding that bid? Maybe, Mr. Mayor, I know you as school committee chair. Do you remember that a vote was made to look into that?
Yeah, I actually sponsored that vote. That was at the Unknown Elementary School. I know that I was on a call just recently, Zoom, with a city solicitor, Megan Bridges. things have to be procured by law, and so McKenty-Vento transportation has to be procured by law. In the past, it hasn't been. So we are looking right now, we're working with Mike Morris, Chief Procurement Officer for the City of Brockton, who's licensed, to get some RFPs out on the street. I know myself and the Vice Chair have been talking about this school committee. It was a unanimous vote that night at the unknown school. So it is a work in progress. It has to happen. We have to get some data and some benchmarks. It's great to say that we're going to charge X hourly for the vans and the transportation, but if you don't know what that benchmark is, you're going to be negotiating against yourself. So we're in the process of doing that right now.
Okay, so I didn't know if that those numbers came back, but you're right. It's good to have a baseline number to see, what the competition's out there, because competition, will help drive down prices. But when that number does come back, if you could share that with this body, that would be
Absolutely, Councilor.
Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Councilor.
Mayor. And just quickly, to all the school department members here today, we appreciate you coming in. Little viewing of the sausage making this evening, but your efforts and your what you do for the city is greatly appreciated. We're here to support you. We're going to do the best we can to continue that support throughout the year. I have, 3 daughters, 2 of them that went through the Brockton public school system. They're doing amazing because of the support and education that you provided them. And I have 1 more in the middle school who loves it. And, she's looking forward to continuing her middle school and high school experience here in Brockton. And so, again, it's some sausage making, but we do support you, and we'll continue this conversation and relationship throughout my time on this council. So thank you all for being here tonight, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor. Principal McCaskill. I know you weren't planning to do any speaking. I have some nurses waiting down the street, so if you're interested. You had to be there, I guess.
Yes, indeed. Council President Rodriguez, members of the City Council, good evening, good evening. And just something in general. Well, I think I'm the youngest person when it comes to tenure here in the City of Brockton, being here for 6 months. But over this 6-month period, I don't think I've ever made a better decision, and I mean that sincerely. 36 years of doing this work. And my second city of Springfield, Massachusetts, where I lived for 30 years and my children went to school in the Springfield Public Schools, working in the city of Hartford for 5 years, and the past 8 years in the city of Boston. Brockton is where it's at. And that's not for show, and that's not to gain points here. It is the place to be. I've been encouraged by the work of our staff, and one of the things that was very encouraging, we saw our staff attendance going up as the year progressed. And that's something that did not occur, in the months between September and December. And that wasn't just Kevin McCaskill. That was a group of individual educators dedicating themselves to our 3,800 students. And we start to see changes within our students. There was a reduction of violence as a year, and we went through some tumultuous times in January and February. But when you start to see changes in the attitudes of the adults, changes in the attitudes of parents, changes in the attitudes of our students, we're building something there. Now there is no doubt, and in anyone's mind, that we have a lot of work to do. There's no doubt in anyone's mind. And it is a 3 to 5 year ordeal. But we have the willing workers to do it. And I'm definitely looking forward to the work going forward. So if anyone has any questions for me. And my last point, to Mr. Minicello, he just made a good point. We was trying to find answers. And I think I said this in one of my first meetings at the school committee meeting. Anything at Brockton High School, there's only one person to come to. Good, bad, or indifferent. And I use the analogy as when you buy a house as is. When you buy a house as is, you own all the back taxes. You own all the things that are going on, that have gone on, and there's no looking back. So anything that occurs at Brockton High, you only have one person, and that's the principal, myself. I will own our outcomes. And if anyone has any questions at this late hour, please feel free.
What time do you get there in the morning?
I'm usually there between 6:15 and 6:30 every morning.
I'll see you there on Friday.
Friday, 6:15.
Sounds good.
All right, I'll meet you there.
I'll be there earlier than that.
I'll meet you there at 6:15.
The way you're going, we'll probably just go from here to the high school. Principal, I want to welcome you to our council. It's not always like this. You know, we have some better days, but some worse days too. So don't, you know, it's like Councilor's saying, we're making that sausage, and sometimes we got to, you know, break some eggs and do some things in order to be able to cook. But
Absolutely.
Well, the last thing I wanted to say to everybody that's here from the school department is that often you hear, you know, the city side, the school side, there is no such thing. You know, there's only one side, and it's the Brockton side. And I think we have to keep that in mind, that the only way this community is going to go forward as it should be is by having that one mentality. There is no such thing, and I know the vice chair and I talked about, you know, some funding here and there. It doesn't make any sense for us to cripple the city side of things to be able to elevate the school, because people aren't going to come back and say, well, the city kind of bleeps, but the school is great. You know, they're going to say the city bleeps, period. You know, so that's what I think we got to keep in mind as we go forward, that it's just one system. It's the Brockton system. And people need to buy into this, because I think we're selling a very good product. You know, I think 90% of us sitting here graduated from this system, or we have kids in the system, or grandkids nowadays in the system. You know, it's like none of us want to see our school fail, because if it does fail, we all fail. You know, our families fail as well. But it's like I was telling Dr. Cobbs, sometimes we got to take the small victories. I mean, use this. You know, you might not get the 6 millions that you need, or the 5-point-something million, but you might get 500 here, another 500 there, and kind of invest it into this thing and build it up. You never know. By the end of the school year, you might have your whole 5.5 million, or 5.9 million, 6 million. But it might be there. But let's do the little things that we need to do. We can't talk about school transportation without seriously doing an audit. I mean, an audit could come back and say, you know, you don't need 142 buses, you need 80 buses, or you need 90 buses. You know, so there's no reason for us to go hire a bunch of bus drivers and order some buses if we don't know exactly what we need. I mean, that makes absolutely, positively no sense. We need to figure out exactly what we need before we do that. And then we can come back and knock on some doors and discuss with taxpayers what we can do with their taxes and stuff like that. But we got to be sure of exactly what we need, because we can't just do it blindly because it sounds good. You know, we all want to go out and, you know, hire this, hire that. You know, we lost 2 secretaries or we don't call them secretaries anymore, we call them clerks, right? But we had to lose that in our budget because everybody was cutting. We don't have clerks. You know, we rely on the clerk's office, you know, landing us the help, because we all had to tighten our belts. And I think we all have to do the same thing. But just to the folks from the administration side of things that are here, you're not alone. We're here with you, you know, and we're going to continue to be here with you and support you whichever way we can. But we got to be sensible about things. We got to be smart about things. And throwing money at things isn't going to solve the problems that we have. So, anything else from anybody here? Hearing none, since I've pontificated long enough, I adjourn this meeting, and thank you for coming.